Hello and welcome to another episode of Edge of the Empire, Star Wars Edge of the Empire. I'm your host, Day Tarzan, with the wonderful group of 2B Dice Adventures. Um, Again, my name is William. Is Tarzan. Over here thinking of my pirate character. My name is Tarzan, and you can find me on all social media platforms at Daddy Tarzan 82855. Let's go ahead and do a little quick cast roll call. Just get everybody familiarized with who's playing today. Starting with Oho.
Hello, everybody. I am Victor underscore the Story Weaver on TikTok, and you can find any other pathways to other social medias through there, and also to my various crazy characters that keep me sane. I'm playing Oho, the assassin, also known as the "Where the hell did that guy go?" Member of the party, and that'd be me. Yes.
All right.
Hi, I'm Ren. You can find me at Mask Ren on TikTok. Um, today I'm it's my brain. It's 5 a.m. Today I'm playing Ego, who is a force sensitive scoundrel, basically the character.
And finally,
Hey guys, I'm Dia, also known as DFL.cos, and I play Dove, who is our Zabraki bounty hunter of the Gadgeteer specialty. She's the one who will shoot first and ask questions never. Yeah, she's the
love
not
it.
so challenging one, but hey, we get stuff done anyways.
This is the crew of Core Atlas, a adventuring heist running crew. Ego is an associate of Dove's from some time ago, and the party is currently tasked with by their benefactor, a member of the ISB, Killbolt, to initiate a series of coups to help influence the eventual demise of Emperor Palpatine, who the several members of the ISB find that his behavior and current course of action as unsatisfactory. Um, how how the crew of Core Atlas's actions will affect the canon lore of what events that are to take place is to be diced. And let's go ahead and roll that opening scene real quick. All right. So let's get back into the scene. We last left off with the conclusion of the third round of bidding, valiantly influenced by the captain of the Core Atlas, Chav Visto, who played to one of his strengths, one of the weaknesses of one of the key members of this gala, Force Tabrith, who has been on several occasions depicted as a open drunk or outwardly drunk individual who has very little care for anything that's going on during this gala and is only in it to appease his wife, Ara Shen, a member or the daughter of a influential member of Cloud City, Aran Shen, who some members of this crew have started to take note of the fact that she has become disenfranchised, I think is the word, to the whole situation that she's been involved with being married off to a casino mogul slash crime lord, being used as a pawn in several of her father's schemes. Um, and then there's Caltho the Hutt, another crime lord from Nar Shaddaa, who Vorse has been openly at war with, trying to prevent, suspecting Caltho of potentially moving in on his territory to absorb Bespin into their political or their sphere of influence. So Vorse Tabrith has made it his distrust and aggression openly known. Even now at this gala, the presence of a Hutt on Cloud City is not welcome. There are several other attendees here as well. There's Shreya Ordasa, a disenchant. That's the word. Yep, there we go. Shreya Ordasa, who's here to secure the gem for her own studies within and research for the university that she represents. There's Mil Makir, a Charagan, who at one point in time in his life was romantically involved with Shreya Ordasa, and their breakup was not smooth. And he attended this gala either out of spite or a last-ditch effort to try and win her back. Then there's Paspadura, a hopeless romantic who is crippled by his own anxiety of admitting his feelings for Shreya, the Forgruta woman that he studied under for a semester. Then there's Zekra Fol. Several members of Core Atlas have already encountered Zekra behind the scenes, where she made it known that she is the law enforcement of the ISB and is currently here on investigating Mars Grayson, the host of this gala this evening, and trying to secure evidence to solidify the persecution and apprehension of Mars Grayson for several crimes, financial and otherwise, and employed, more so blackmailed Core Atlas into aiding her investigation and further solidifying the process of apprehension for Mars. Then finally, there's Eliza. Only a select few, if any, for certain, only one person knows this woman to be a fallen exile, a Jedi in exile. Here, out of a desperate attempt to solidify her own personal security, as the weapon that she's trusted her entire life with has become damaged and nearly inoperable, becoming increasingly undependable in any type of situation that requires her to defend herself. Hearing that the Jewel of Yavin could potentially serve as a substitute for kyber crystals, which have been incredibly hard to find with the Empire's presence throughout the galaxy. As you guys make your way into the viewing room, Chav, after successfully managing to manipulate the events of the auction to a point where he feels comfortable with leaving the rest of the heist in the capable hands of Dove and Oho, Rawl in tow with Chav as the second leg of the heist is soon to begin. And he needs to be in position for that to take place. You guys find yourselves gathering. And before we go any further, let's roll our force points for the day. If you can find yourselves at the game table, if one of you could be so kind to present a screen so I can display the game table, that'd be great. And I'll go ahead and roll for Rawl and Chef.
Oh my god. Seriously?
Fine, we can recover.
Ah!
We gonna die, y'all.
6 tokens so far. And only 1 light side.
Why are you like this?
Why are you the way that you are?
All of you, why are you like this?
I blame
Step it
Matt.
up.
I blame Matt because he's not here.
Well, Matt always rolls terribly to begin with, but
Yeah, let's go with that.
Raw, on the other hand, he's hit or miss sometimes with the light and dark side points. Okay. To start us off, oh yeah, can one of you present the game screen table
Allow me.
so I can display it?
I guess
For
I can
viewing.
try to do that.
Viewing pleasure of the audience.
I believe. Give me 1 second. 1 second. What am I sharing with you on like Discord?
No. If you do the present button at the bottom of the
Oh,
StreamYard,
I see.
and then choose the table for it. There we go. Perfect. All right. Go to that. You. Okay. Perfect. All right. So let's go ahead. Everybody give me a simple perception check as we take a look around the minus ego is. Oh, actually, no. Go ahead, ego. Let's see if you notice the rest of the crew as well.
That's just a straight perception roll, right?
Yes.
2 successes.
Good.
One success.
Ego.
It's been a minute since I used sheet. Does it work again?
So you select your character sheet on the character list off to the left. And then you scroll, click on the game tray, and it'll give you an option to select perception.
Okay, and I get a boost die to that.
Ooh.
Because of reasons.
Perfect. All right. So you guys take a look around. You immediately take notice that. I mean, you've noticed last round that Eliza had made her exit, as you've reasonably assumed that she could no longer compete with at the rate that the auction was going at, and has decided to take actions or take steps to try and secure the jewel for herself. You notice that she's gone. Dove, but you also take notice to Ego, who's currently in conversation with somebody that's currently outside of your view. But Dove, taking up a different position, you spot both Ego and a certain Deveronian male that you've encountered before. Galt, the smuggler that you've had dealings with so far on the city of Vesper, or Cloud City. Ego, who's emerged from seemingly out of nowhere, currently enjoying themselves, taking advantage of the free imbibements provided.
Canapes? Are you joking me?
It's an open bar, baby.
More.
Currently in conversations with one of your suppliers here on Cloud City, Galt, the Everonian, a very suave individual, charismatic, and at times mysterious. You're going over your current arrangement with a shipment of illegal Tabanespun gas, trying to negotiate price dealings down. You got to haggle with Galt because he's infamous for trying to inflate the price a little too much. But that's the current situation that you're engaged with, as well as taking in the auction display. You see this Karuska gem that's before you, a vibrant orange crystal. It's about as big as a head of a Wookiee, or possibly even as big as Kaltho's head. Vibrant orange with swirls of red throughout, and white. It's a not pronged, but tipped crystal. So there's 3 peaks on this crystal itself, and it's sitting on this display, hovering in the center of the room. Bright lights being beamed from above and below to accentuate the beauty of the crystal itself, its natural in its natural state. And as you guys look over this display, Dove, give me a easy mechanics check, mechanics check.
1 success, 2 advantages.
You are very familiar with the type of security that's usually implemented in these type of displays. Any interaction with the crystal will be immediately alerted to the security systems in this room, and will either deploy local security or the wing guard officers, and as well as the local security within the museum itself. So that that's something you're going to have to deal with when it comes time to the heist.
Does it seem like there's any what's it called, indentations or slots to allow for a key of some sort, or would I get the impression that's something that was done remotely?
There's a control panel on this on the side of the the holo display, or not the holo display, the display center. Usually they will integrate. They'll use a droid to integrate with it to deactivate the security system, and relocate whatever item is on display. As far as you're aware, there's no extreme security measures in place, especially at museums like this. There's no threat of bodily harm. It's just protected by immediate security responses.
Okay.
As you guys are all, go ahead.
Am I able to just quietly relay that to Oho versus I'm using our comlinks?
Yeah, you can go ahead and roll a simple or easy stealth check. Just to make sure you don't say it too loudly. Get the rest of the beat.
Can I text it to him?
text the result?
Mm.
Yeah.
Do I still need to roll stuff for that if it's a message versus a call?
Oh, you're gonna send it via. Okay, I got you. Yeah, that's easy enough. Yeah, you can send a message via HoloNet.
Encrypted.
Yeah.
Easy.
So yeah, you get a message from your communicator, a little email. You got mail. It's not spam.
Aw, nobody writes me anymore. It's nice.
Detailing the security measures that are currently in place before you. Dove, you currently don't see. Oh, he's currently blended way too well.
He's in the walls.
Yeah, he's in the fucking walls. However, back to where did I go? Ego, you look around and you spot Dove out of the crowd as you're talking to Galt. Mars is the host of the event who you secured your invite through. Currently getting set up to do a quick introduction of himself and the Peruska gem. You know, at this time, have a minute to have any personal conversations that you would like to do before he begins his spiel.
I think if Ego is finished with his conversation with my
Galt.
Galt, thank you. I was like, Gantz? That's a different person. If you guys finish this conversation, he is going to be so Dove has taken care of the looking through what the like electronic security is. What is the like physical security presence like
there's
people?
There's several members of Mars's personal guard posted up all around the room currently. And that is, to your knowledge, the extent of the immediate security that's present in this room.
Okay. And we didn't, on our way here, we didn't see anything too significant as well.
For you, let's go ahead and get a quick. Let's see. There we are. Give me a quick hard perception check. This is going to be retroactive to see if you were able to spot it prior to this gala.
Okay.
One failure, 3 threats.
2 successes, 1 advantage.
Okay, cool. So you succeed. So, in one of your prior visits, you were able to spot several cameras posted up in posted in every room, display room. So you can currently spot 2 different cameras you're currently aware of 2 different cameras that are in this room in particular. One that oversees the main entry, the 2 entry points of this room, and then one that currently views the display item itself.
Okay. I don't think Ego is going to say anything like physically to Dove. I know this rodeo. So I think he's just going to like look at her a little pointedly and then like point out the physical security more with his eyes and head than anything. But he's just gonna like continue to like gently schmooze around the room.
Gotcha. Just a little thieves cantrip kind of thing going on. I like it. All right, Dove. Yeah,
mystery somehow.
Right. So Dove, you are able to pick that up, no problem. What is your current position in this room, and what are you currently doing?
Two people of three people of interest that Aho would be attempting to keep an eye on, or potentially find a vantage point where he can see all three to some extent, if possible, would be Harris Shen,
Arshen,
Altho,
okay.
and Zegrafol,
All right.
if she's there. The other thing that Oho would immediately do once they move onto the room where the gem is he will be looking at the room itself to
Yeah.
try to figure out, especially things like if they brought the gem here, was the gem is the entry point through which everybody came in to see the gem the only entry and exit point? Is there another point where maybe that's where the gem goes? Is there like a security entrance where I see people that belong at the museum coming in and out? What are like the qualities of this place, potential hiding spots? Are there like, windows or areas that are more breakable than others, etc.?
Yeah. Let's see. 7 is the auction room. This place providing information on Bruce Gem. Yeah, there's no there's no windows or easily breakable points of entry or exit. This is a fairly secured room. There's only 2 entry points into excuse me. Only 2 entry points into the auction room itself. One from the Grand Hall. Is it called the Grand Hall?
Is that where we came from?
The hallway exhibition. Yes, you guys came from the hallway exhibition. And then there's another door off to the northeast into the exhibition room itself, where the wonders of the galaxy are on display via hollow displays. As far as security, you are very aware of the immediate local security system in place, which is a series of security droids, 4 in total, that are engaged in a patrol route throughout the entire facility. And then there's the security that was brought on by Morris Grayson himself.
And everybody, would I be able to notice whether or not everybody came through the same door, or is the area to the Galaxy Wonders door has also people that have come in and out?
People came in through both doors. Not the main concentration of flow was from the exhibition hall, but there was several people that came in from the Wonders of the Galaxy.
Gotcha. Either one of these doors bigger than the other?
The main entry point, which is through the exhibition hall. That's the largest door.
And you said how tall this gem is?
About almost as big as as Caltho the Hutt's head. Which I would just imagine about this big, this wide. About that, about as tall as about this tall.
So like about this is about like the full tall,
Yeah.
like height of it, and like about this.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's about it. So you get a reasonable sense that it is pretty heavy.
Big boy.
Let me make sure that I'm not talking out of my ass real quick.
Okay, they'll carry it for us.
Karuska Gem, it's theorized. It doesn't give me like. The dazzling Karuska Gem was discovered. Actually, this is going to be part of Morris's spiel, so I can't reveal that just yet, but. Displays line the walls, giving information in several languages on the history and uses of Kurusu gems. Images and replicas of jewels and clothing incorporating the gems are also displayed in the cabinets. The imitations fail utterly to match the fiery shimmer of the real thing, on a small table to one side of the room is a black marble plinth. Black marble plinth upon which sits the jewel of Yavin. And even in the murky half light of the darkened museum, it shimmers with a fierce inner light. The gem before you is encircled by a set of electro railings. That's another security measure that you're very aware of, Dove. It just delivers a small electrical bolt to dissuade onlookers from getting any closer. Take turns, blah blah blah. But it is a well-crafted piece of stonework, and so the plinth is pretty expensive. Cool. Give me like an exact size. Do. Okay, yeah. We're gonna go with what size I said because it's not giving me an exact size. Oh. No, it's a big bitch. It is a big bitch for sure. Probably not as big as Caltho's head. I would say it's probably as big as your head.
Okay.
But
that's miles more manageable, Tarzan.
Yeah. I mean, it's still carrier. Like maybe
It
not.
looked-
Like I probably can't run around.
it looked big, but then there's I noticed that there's a droid staying off to the side of it, and it's not that big. It's pretty big.
Okay.
So
like it's not like something that I can run around with, but I could carry it.
Oh yeah, easily.
As a one individual. Carry it.
Yeah.
Noted.
I wish they would have given me like an actual size.
That's all right. We can work with that.
That's fine. Yeah. But yeah, that's the size and the security presence so far. Any other questions you have?
So that's about the security and the room itself.
Mm-hmm.
2 entry points. People came from both sides. There's a laser railing protecting the gem along with the security that Dove gave me. 4 droids are patrolling the whole building, plus Grayson's security guards, which I think you told me last session were 6 when keeping an eye on the gem.
4 in this room. There's 4 in this room, and then 2 posted at the door. So yeah, 6 in total.
Got it. Cool. I would say from after taking in the space, the surroundings, and the gem, his attention then moves to people. So Arishan, Kaltho, and Zekrafol. Yeah.
You can. It's a pretty open room, so you're able to spot everybody pretty easily. You are like your position's integrated with a series of individuals that are kind of like the the mid class people, wealthy individuals, as opposed to the upper class where Caltho, Zekra, and all the prominent auction attendees are more localized. So you positioned yourself to not be easily noticed. But yeah, you see Zekra. Actually, let's see if she sees you. Go ahead and
it's a great opportunity for me to be able to present to you, Sir DM, that my character now has something called Indistinguishable at 2 levels, which adds 2 levels of difficulty of anybody trying to identify me. as me.
Ooh. Ah, okay. We'll up that a little bit higher.
Just so you know. So if you're
Okay, I
trying to
like
be like, oh, I know this guy, it's like, do you know?
But do you know?
Or do you know?
He's just got one of those faces,
Uh-huh. That's literally what it is according to the description. I mean, he's a snack, but still. The stealthy boy.
Okay. We're going to be doing a perception check. And
Chips, 1 second.
it was going to be an average. It's now a daunting perception check. Because you upgraded to... let's do a formidable, since you are a pretty stealthy bitch. I'm going to go ahead and cash in a token to upgrade one of her ability dice to a proficiency. And that's it. All right.
I mean, it's whether she's spotting me and then this finding, like, recognizing me. Two different things, but still, yeah.
All right. Okay. Give me... So she spots you. But, let's see. Go ahead and give me... Give me a... What would be a functionally correct way of inciting somebody with these skill sets? This would be a... I believe I said it was a... No, vigilance is reactionary. Is it still perception? No. Let's go with... Yeah.
She's trying to what? To, like, get a read on me?
I'm trying to see if you can get a read on how she responds to spotting you.
Ah.
I mean, granted, you have a innate ability, but she is also extremely well trained, and it's definitely going to require some skill check of sorts from Oho at least. Let's go with... Yeah, let's go with the... What's it called?
With what?
Let's go with... Yeah, let's go with an average perception.
Oh, I don't know that I'm going to make that happen. Do I want to? Cash in right now. I'm cashing the light side token.
Okay.
Oh!
I believe triumphs are automatic successes. Or no, they count as successes.
So that's four successes over 3. Technically, if that's the case.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll give it to you.
Considering how little light side tokens we have, I'm glad that this one paid off, because otherwise it would have sucked so bad.
Yeah, so you spot that she does spot you out of the crowd. And what you get is that she is currently piecing together your presence and the presence and who she's encountered before. And what would immediately come to mind would probably be Rawl.
How, as in, like, she's trying to, is she doing that, like, what, through, like, the force or something, like, at, like, energy?
No, she's currently trying to, associating you by a process of elimination, trying to figure out if taking in the similarities that you have in comparison to Rawl, and trying to she's deciphering that. She doesn't know for certain if who you are. She did spot you and is and finds you vaguely familiar.
Got it.
And and you get a sense that she's a process of elimination through association.
But just to be clear, she's never seen my face before,
right?
Or this
until now.
Until now.
Yeah. So she's like, you and Rawl have a very similar kind of aesthetic and way that you carry yourselves. Granted, you guys have a different hair color, but there's a similar energy between the two of you. But she doesn't. She just saw Rawl, who just left. So it's like, is he? You know that process where like you see somebody that you've seen before, or that you feel like you've seen before, and you're trying to like figure out how you met that person before. That kind of situation is going on through her mind. That being said, she goes back to talking to one of her other agents or representatives, giving you a couple. She just gave you like a prolonged stare for a little bit, just trying to figure you out before returning to her conversation, and you'll catch her eyes wandering over to Dove on several points throughout this time. We got the security out of the way. We got the crystal.
How many representatives do I spot with Sacrifal?
Currently, there's only 2 with her. All right. That 9 currently. All right. Morris, the Imperial human, steps forth center stage in front of the crowd. Welcome, my esteemed guests. Now to present the jewel that you all came here to seek out and take in for your own viewing pleasure. Allow me, if you will, to provide you a little history to this gem and why it's worth every credit that you spent. The dazzling Kruska gem was discovered millennia ago in a temple on the moon Yavin 4. It is theorized that ancient races discovered the jewel in the atmosphere of the gas giant, Yavin Prime, and enshrined it among their dead. How it first came to Galactic Center is a mystery. But historians can trace mentions of the gem all the way back to the old Sith Lords. The gem passed among the mansions of many noble houses through dowries, inheritances, and intrigue. At least 3 owners met with ill ends shortly after acquiring the gem. And at one point, excuse me, and at one point, a transport ship bearing it crashed, killing all crew aboard, but miraculously, he will survive. Its current the Jewel of Yavin has been the target of elaborate heists over the course of several decades, and under my watch has remained unstealable. And soon it will be yours to keep. Is there any questions I can answer before we continue the auction for the evening? Very well. My esteemed guests, if you would please return back to the general area, and you will be greeted by the auctioneering droids shortly thereafter. I appreciate you coming in to take in the beauty of this gem. I look forward to the conclusion of tonight's bid. Good evening. With that, the crowd begins to disperse with the ushering from provided by the local security, making sure that the room is cleared and empty before continuing with the auction. What areas do you guys return to, or what is your current path?
I would like to work on identifying where the surveillance room would be placed.
Good question.
Just to see how accessible it might be. Or otherwise.
Right. So you've taken a lap around the museum itself. As you take in the display rooms, you don't notice any at any point where it would be the obvious choice for the security room. You make your way back towards, not into the reception area, but over by that location, and you'll notice a security a door that could potentially serve as the security office by the receptionist desk, off to the northwest. Sorry. Currently lightly guarded. There is only a receptionist working at the moment, as well as a Lutrillian standing by at the turnstiles, where the same Lutrillian you've met before, Nathan? What was his name? Museum. Oh, too far back. His name is... Where'd it go? There we are. Nalith. There we go. Close. Nalith. Not Nathan. Nalith. The Lutrillan. You'll notice that there's also a small security display next to him as well, that he uses regularly to keep watch on the display.
Are there any art displays or something behind paneled glass which I could pretend to be looking at, and using the reflection try to get a glimpse of what's on the display feed screen?
Oh, the security screen that Nalith is using? The only point that you would be able to get to be able to view from would be from the gift shop. It's off to the east. It would put you in direct line of sight of what he's of him and his security panel. So there's a bunch of displays in there that you could check out. There's nothing that's reflective, but you would be able to get like a direct line of sight on his security panel.
That's fine. I'm going to do that.
All right. You make your way into the gift shop. There's several displays, replicas, small replicas of the gem. The main replicas were in the auction room that you saw earlier, that are comparable to size of the gem itself, but those are in the auction room itself. there's a droid there actually that does greet you. WA7. It's a a unipod wheeled droid, and it just rolls up to you, gives you a quick greeting, and indicates the desk is over there yonder to whenever you're finished with your perusement of the wares and are ready to purchase something.
I just realized by nature of the outfit that I had procured for Dove, it involved a hood and a veil. It's giving Benny Gesserit. I don't think they'd actually be able to tell at first glance where her eyes are actually looking because of the light veil.
Right.
So long as her hands appeared busy, just perusing whatever items were on the gift shop, she could just be staring directly at the screen.
Right. Yeah. No. And when you entered the gift shop, you would have taken note of where the security camera was positioned, and positioned your back to it, so that way you weren't visibly looking anywhere else. And yeah, you take a gander at the across the way. Give me an average perception check to see how well you're able to see.
Sure. 2 successes, 1 advantage.
Perfect. All right. So with the total, it's going to be 1 success, 1 threat. Okay. Succeed at a cost. I'll let you determine the cost, but you are able to see in fair detail what's going on the security panel next to Ayla.
The cost?
Yeah. What would that cost present itself as?
I feel like that would be something that sort of like gets in the way almost, right? Like a little exchange.
Yeah, that could serve as a cost.
Okay.
At one point in time.
So I feel like because Dove is paying very close attention, she might have had a replica idol of some sort in her hand that she was looking at, and unintentionally bumped that off the shelf, but caught it just in time. But it's enough of a action that would have drawn attention to herself and just makes an apology to the droid.
Oh yeah, no, it definitely would have caught Nalith's attention as prior, if you recall. A certain Nothawin decided to discombobulate the entire gift shop with his magic.
I have nothing to do with that.
Don't know what you're talking about.
You would see that Nalith would take notice to your slight blunder for a second and kind of react almost instantaneously and look over to you, realizing that everything's fine. Like,
poor droid has trauma.
It's traumatized.
We give the gift shop droid trauma.
No, not the droid. The Lutrillin.
Oh yeah, fine. We gave him PTSD.
Yeah, he has a brief moment of panic as he saw you knock over, or he sees that reaction on camera and looks over your way immediately and notices that you caught whatever it was you knocked over, and he just takes a sigh of relief and goes back to talking with the receptionist.
So the man is skittish. That's good to know.
Yeah, when somebody nearly just demolishes the entire gift shop.
Fair.
Ego, what are you currently doing? Are you still remaining with Galt, or are you going to wander off and consult with some friends?
Ego's gonna wander. I'm trying to figure out if it's too early to sow discord. So I trying to see. I don't know who Pospadura is, do I?
No. Pospadura would not be recognizable to you. But you probably would spot him still hanging out at the Tap Cafe, seemingly a little inebriated at this point and kind of frustrated. By this point, you all will also take notice that Boris is getting a little combative with the security present, as he has reached as his aggression continues to rise with the presence of Caltho. He hasn't been escorted out yet, but he has he is being talked to, and mind you, if he does get removed from the auction, the bid will be dropped. From his bid will be dropped, as he will be considered.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. All right. Knowing that that's the target, when you say combative, do you mean just words or physical?
No, he's just talking shit. The
Okay.
guards are telling him that he needs to calm down and stop being so loud and whatnot. And he's just constantly giving Caltho the middle finger and telling the slug to go fuck himself.
Okay.
He's verbally aggressive. That's the term I would compare you.
Okay.
It's just that
Verbally
guy
aggressive.
who ruins parties, you know? It's just that guy.
Like the small guy that has to flex how big his dick is or something like that, you know?
Okay.
You gotta flex. It must not be much of a flex. Ego and Dev have had this conversation before.
Right.
Ego is going to head over in that direction, just as a casual bystander who's noticing that there's something going on. Ego is going to not insert himself, but kind of put himself on like the side of the guard so that he can face Vorse a bit. It's like,
so as you're approaching, you'll hear immediately. So Tabitha, I'm going to need you to calm down. Your aggression's unwanted. So first off, go fuck yourself. I'm in the middle of talking shit to that giant slug over there. All right. I'm Boris fucking Tabrith. I run this fucking place. All right. I run this place. This is my house. So Tabrith, please calm down, or we will have to escort you off the premise. You will no longer be in participation of the bid.
What business does Vorse run again?
He's a local casino mogul. He owns a lot of the casinos and resorts on Cloud City, as well as a underground crime ring. You would have had some business dealings with him before.
Okay. So Ego will step up, like very cheery, and be like, Vorse Tabrith, what the hell is going on? You don't recognize me. You don't remember me.
As you look him over, he's pretty inebriated at this point. He's got like a slight lazy eye. He reeks of alcohol. He's got an e-cigar or electric cigar in his mouth. And he's slobbering all over. Let's go ahead and give me an easy charm check to try and jog Vorse's memory.
Okay. So I have a passive that is overwhelm emotions, where I can add a force die per charm rating, per force rating to charm, rather. So if I get a positive, it gives me a triumph, I think.
Damn, Skippy. Okay. Go ahead and roll that baby.
Roll, please.
Hot damn!
Nice.
This is what he's built for.
Mad
We know.
deceit checks.
Okay.
So
I feel
dark
you.
side and a
I
light
feel you,
side
Ego.
add a success. Is that supposed to be a dark side? I assume a dark side and a light side add success to some checks and failures to others.
Yeah.
So okay, so the dark side is a failure, the light side is a success. Okay, that makes sense. All right.
Yeah.
Still, so you
So-
get they get a triumph. So
Yeah,
if the successes go back to 1, they still is 1 success, 1 advantage, and 1 triumph.
Yeah, you fucking killed it. All right, yeah. Fucking A. Let's go ahead and get the viewers in on this little
We're going
action.
to
That was pretty
diffuse
dope.
this immediately.
So our resident smuggler here has decided to charm the ever-loving pants off of Boris real quick, as he stops and starts considering for a second. Oh yeah, you're the one I had to ship in some hired muscle. I remember you. All right, yeah.
Yeah.
Intego Essa, is that correct?
Yeah. Just going by
That's-
ego for now.
That's right. That's why I liked your nickname is pretty fucking cool.
Thanks. No, what the hell's going on though? Like,
What do you mean? These meatheads here, they think they can boss Tabareth around in his own home.
but we know no one can boss Vorse around.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, actually, yes. We know no one can boss Vorse around. What are you giving them your time for?
He's becoming increasingly more combative with one of our attendees of the event. He needs to calm down, or he needs to leave.
Yeah, no. Ego's going to give the guard a bit more attention. If you're like, look, I'm so sorry about him. Sometimes he can get a little belligerent when he's too far along, but just trying to keep it cool a little bit. We don't have to go into the whole getting him kicked out stuff, do we?
If he continues to be a problem, yes, he will have to leave. If you can convince him to calm down, we can ignore these transgressions for the time being, and he can continue to be in attendance to this event. We would rather not have one of our most... Sir Grayson would rather not have one of his guests escorted out, but if he continues to be a problem, we have no choice but to have him escorted out.
Ego is going to just like tap a hand on the guard's chest and be like, I think he's going to be very well under control right now, so you don't even have to worry about it too much. I promise you.
Are we using a mechanical ability of some sort?
I was thinking I could either charm again or I have influence I can use.
Okay.
Which is a force power.
I like it. We're gonna go with I need to add in a security guard to my guest list here. 1 second. It's not a droid that you're talking to. It's an actual human. Human. Let's go with a wing guard officer. Okay, why not? Wing guard officer. Ossifer! Excuse me, Ossifer! Okay, there we go. And then we need to get Galt in here too. Got that. Speaking of which, does anybody else want to talk with Galt before the scene continues on?
As much as Oho would like to ask certain questions, he can't risk it.
If
No worries.
Dove talks, I was gonna go the complete opposite direction. Like she'd be the one to throw him at herself. So.
Alright. So yes, go ahead and use that ability on Surge Guard.
Sir Guard.
Call him.
Sir Mr.
Call him
Guard
Chance.
Jr.
His name will be Chance. And you.
Let me look up the... 1 second.
It will be. I believe it's a contest of skill, right?
I'm just checking the full. So to activate. So. Oh, I need to roll a force die. 1 second. To see if I can use it at all.
Influence basic power. Yeah, I see you. Stress the mind of one living target he's engaged with guide, shape, or twist the mind of others. Oh, it's a passive. You know.
So I think it's that. Oh no, it's a passive. I don't need to activate it. Okay, great.
Yeah. So, okay. Overwhelm emotions. You just have to roll a force die to try and influence them. Okay, cool. Very cool. All right. Look at that. We're learning about force users. Okay, go ahead and roll a force die. See if you can convince them to ease up.
Yeah. So, actually, for influence, I can spend a light side token, because if I just spend a token, I think it works. Oh, I needed to read this again before I can.
It's fine. We're learning still. It's okay.
Okay. I need to. Oh, this could go poorly. So when influence is used to guide or shape thoughts and emotions, dark side may only generate points used to create negative emotions. Light side may only generate to create positive emotions. Other emotions such as confusion.
Confusion can be created by either.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I will roll one, see what I get, and then possibly spend a light token anyway.
Depending on how many
two light side. Never mind. So, positive emotions, please be my friend.
Okay.
We're getting chakras into play. Okay.
So you place your hand
with the crystal.
You place your hand on Chance's chest, and you make the suggestion to him. You watch. Anyone that's watching can see a blank expression kind of roll over his face for just momentarily, and then his eyes re-engage with ego. Very well. Continue about your festivities and enjoy the auction.
Thank you so much.
That being said, Force fiercely claps you on the shoulder. Ego.
Force.
This is why I enjoy having you around. You know how to get these meatheads off my ass.
Talking with people is always my forte.
I'm inclined to agree with you. Anyways, what can I do for you? What brings you to the auction? I didn't even know you were in town.
Oh yeah, no, I flew in like very recently, recently, and I made some decent choices on the cloud card race the other day, and here I am.
Oh, did you? Oh yeah, that I was just talking with the winner of that Chimera Mod 2, whatever it was. Great, seems like a great guy. He's all right. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Oddly familiar.
Oh yeah, that was announced. Like the winner did get to come here. I didn't even.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know where he fucking went, but he was just here a moment ago.
Oh, nice. So maybe I can meet him. Made me a decent amount of change.
Yeah, maybe I might be able to put it over for you. I'll have him tracked down. I got you.
Thanks, Forrest.
Well, you have any business to bring to me this upon this visit, or you just on pleasure?
Oh, this is strictly pleasure. I just saw you, well, heard you, um, from across the way and thought I'd come catch up a little bit.
Everybody knows when I'm in the room. That's for sure.
You are one person that does not need to hide verse.
Yeah. Can't. There's no need to hide in my own house. That being said, you know you're always welcome in any of my establishments. If you choose to stay for the night, let me know which hotel you're staying at, and I'll make sure that you're well taken care of. All right.
Thank you. See, this is why I like coming to talk to you, Vorse. You know how to treat a fellow right.
That being said, if you could do me the greatest of favors and track down some talent for me, I need some more dancing girls at one of my casinos. Unfortunate happenstance with one of the what's his that fucking slug's name. His racer decided to shoot up one of my establishments, so I need to get some hired replacement.
Oh shit. Sure.
Another reason why I don't like that fucking slug.
Yeah, you seem to be really going in on him today.
Oh, I don't know if you've heard the rumors or not, but this motherfucker's been trying to muscle in on my territory for quite some time.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, the fact that he's planning aside does not bode well for me, and I just want him gone. Preferably dead, but, huts are hard to touch.
That they are. Well,
But that's neither here nor there. I'm sure he'll bite the dust sometime soon. And
you got plans in particular, or should I just keep out of the way of a hut for a little bit?
And just stay away from him. If you know what's best for you, which you typically do, just stay away from him.
Got it.
That being said, that's when the next round of bids is initiated, with the droids approaching everyone that are in participation of the auction. Are you planning on sticking around for Vorse's bid, or are you going to leave him to his own doing?
I'm going to stick close to him for a little bit to, one, make sure he doesn't drink anymore, and two, make sure the bid goes through well.
Okay.
This is vodka. It's water.
It's water, but with like a tip of vodka on top, so it smells like vodka. Yeah, it smells like vodka to the nose, and then just hydrate.
All right. Before we continue with that portion, Oho, what is your current course of action?
Couple of things. Caltho, what accompaniment does Caltho have right now? Like, does he have like a second person security? If that's so, how many?
So from your experiences with Hut so far, you've noticed that they only travel in large crowds typically.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that Caltho currently only has a guard and one other entourage, which is his accountant, he seems very disgruntled. He normally has a large entourage with him, and he was only able to secure 2 passes that allows for him to have his security present and a guest in attendance. So he's very upset, and the fact that he's being called out by a local resident of Cloud City and threats are being made or insults are being thrown at him, he's very, very agitated.
Noted. Where's Grayson at?
Grayson is still over by the auction room, or the display room. He's been making his way through the crowd for the most part, just engaging with the attendees, exchanging pleasantries. You would have seen, or actually, no, you weren't on the museum floor when he talked with Chav, but if you observed him for some time, you'd have noticed he spends an extremely short, the shortest amount of time he can possibly spend with anyone that is of the alien species. He only spends the most time with humans.
Mm-hmm.
He's very short and to the point with anybody that is not alien or that is alien, and any human that he approaches. Like when Lando Calrissian was here, he was like chatting his ear off as long as he possibly could before Lando was like, "All right, I need to get the fuck out of here because I don't like you."
Where is Aris at currently?
Eris is hovering over by Vorse, but maintaining her distance because she was fairly certain that she was going to have to help escort Vorse out for a moment until Ego interjected.
And she's the one that we kind of caught a sense last session that she's kind of disenchanted with this whole situation. Yeah. Correct.
She's tired of. You get a sense that she's tired of being one of the pawns. And her.
Would I be able to like? There's so many things I want to do. Like so many. Would I be able to make like eye contact with her to try to like gesture for her to like, approach to basically get her to speak with her in a way where like Oho would basically sort of try to get her attention to see if she will like follow, but then Oho will just like get to a location where one of those like display areas. He would basically walk through the rooms to find one of the rooms that maybe has like the most amount of people, and there's like a lot of like the displays, like holographic displays and stuff, where he can stand next to her or like in front of her and communicate without it looking like they're communicating.
Reestablishing or recreating the opening scene of this entire mission. I like it. I got you. Let's go ahead and give you a actually, let's give her a perception check with 2 boosts, as this is a very familiar tactic that she's been already subjected to once before.
Yeah.
It's going to be an average. And perception. There we go. Yeah, she knocked it out of the fucking park. Jesus. It's going to be 4 successes and 4 advantages. She's a very perceptive individual. She immediately catches her eye catches on you as you have a very unique presence about you. And
my John, I'm not even here.
And she watches you. Your gazes are locked in for an extended period, and you break away almost instantaneously, just as soon as you've made this contact, and she takes it as a sign that you want to talk.
Well, basically has this moment of like grabs a drink as they're looking at each other, and as he's moving the motion of the drink, he has a moment where he points in the direction, looks back at her, drinks, and then moves in the direction his eyes look toward.
Yeah.
Subtle as fuck.
Sees that Ego is currently de-escalating the situation with her husband and the security. She too breaks away, no longer feeling the need that her presence is needed at this time. She makes her way over to your location, your desired location, which I'm going to say is going to be... display room is that going to be? That is going to be the display room. You're at the Tap Cafe. We are now at 5 is Holopix Gallery. So you're in the Holopix Gallery, where there's a series of paintings, hollow paintings, and whatnot, various landscapes and space vistas and whatnot. You're
Okay.
currently looking over a beautiful piece of depiction of Kashyyyk, the
Yeah,
natural
this is
flora, so on and so forth. That piece just stood out to you, and there's a sense of calm coming from that.
typical scene of the two individuals who don't know each other standing next to each other, looking at a painting and talking. That's
Yeah.
this. That's
Yeah. It's only a momentary moment of solitude until you find yourself joined by Aris, who too, drink in hand, is taking in the beauty of this piece of chic, painted before the two of you. He just stands quietly, as if expecting you to initiate the exchange of conversation.
Oho literally is just drinking, and as he's finishing one of his sips while looking at the thing, he just goes, "You're tired."
Excuse me?
I can tell.
You can tell what exactly?
Can I ask you something?
I suppose. What can I do for you?
What do you think you're most afraid of? For this job to work so things continue to be as they have been? Or for it to fail?
Give me an simple, average charm check with a boost.
Okay.
I believe in you.
This is like not nowhere near his wheelhouse. One success, one advantage.
You get a sense that she's not willing to divulge exactly. I fear you will turn out to be a failure.
Sorry, can you say that again?
I fear that you will fail this mission.
Is that the plan? His eyes are going to look at her in that moment. Just keeping his head forward, but his eyes are actually going to be like, I want to read your body.
Right. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do.
As I ask that question.
This fine-formed woman, yeah, I'm sure you would.
Let me read that body.
There's a slight shift. Not that you don't get a sense that she wants you to fail. In fact, you get a sense that it's the opposite. She needs you to succeed. She doesn't say it.
Doesn't need to.
Why exactly would I be part of a heist that requires you to fail?
Ola starts sort of like moving around her as he pretends to like move on to the next, like he starts moving to the next thing. And it just goes, plans upon plans. It's not
You know.
hard. It's always easy to have someone for the fodder. What do you want?
I want freedom. Freedom to make my own choices. No longer be a pawn in someone else's game.
Freedom comes with a cost.
Cost was supposed to be facilitated by the success of your job.
If there is anything else we can offer to help us be successful in this, now is the time. And if we survive, I cannot teach you how to disappear the way that I do, but I may be able to give you a head start.
Exactly what are you suggesting? That I betray my father?
Think
What
of
do
it more.
you provide that my father hasn't already promised?
I suppose the question is, which of the two you think can survive the longest out there?
Well, you think I would remain with my father under his thumb to be used again as one of his pawns in one of his schemes?
Like I said, if you need a head start,
I have made it abundantly clear that after this job, I will no longer be doing his bidding, and he's come to terms with that. But this job, he will give me the money I need to go my own way.
do you trust him?
Do you?
I don't trust anyone.
That we are in agreement. But he is my only way out at this time. The way out of this sham of a marriage. Way out of this oppressive life that I have to subject myself to under the umbrella of that abhorrent individual, Boris. What do you provide that my father can't? That my father hasn't already promised?
I can't say that I know what your father has promised. All I'm saying is, should you need the assistance, I am always open to a good trade-off.
Great. A trade. Give me another arm check. Average difficulty this time, but with 2 boost dice.
Lord have mercy.
Go ahead and get a free upgrade to your charm.
A free upgrade? Oh, gotcha.
She like oh.
What am I rolling against? Oh my god.
2. Yeah, sorry.
Why don't I see it?
Sorry, don't. That was my bad. 2 failures, 1 threat.
Oh! Let's go! 3 successes, 2 advantages.
You have 1 success and 1 advantage after everything is all calculated. A smile creeps across Iris's face. Her lips. She turns ever so slightly to you. You want to trade. I want my freedom. My father has promised me a meek sum of money to purchase my own way out of the galaxy. Might I suggest we cut him out of the equation entirely?
So you said out of the equation entirely, and then what?
Cut my father out of the equation entirely, and I get a cut. And I will help you. That being said, it will require you to send the money somewhere he does not have control over. Do you have an account prepared already?
It can be done. However, you've said you want freedom.
Yes.
There will be a lot of running if you go this way.
I prefer free running over captivity. Tell me, would you prefer to be some piece of candy on a slimy, disgusting crime lord that uses you as a means of appearances, no longer being able to make your own choices, make your own way throughout the galaxy? Would you subject yourself to that? Or would you choose an opportunity to secure your own freedom at the cost of custody? Who knows? Maybe he won't even leave this city. Maybe he doesn't even know I'm still alive after all this. And for my father, he may very well end up being the fall guy. If this pans out the way that I had. That is, if we are on the same page.
When this succeeds, if you help me make sure that the item is easy for me to access, I will make sure that the money is transferred so that you can retrieve it.
You want me to sit and wait and trust your word?
No. I want you to enjoy your auction. And you're right, he says, raising his voice a little higher. It does make you feel free, he says, gesturing to Kashyyyk, the painting.
Yes, this fiction of a world beset by megafauna, unbridled, sense of freedom to it.
Well, maybe someday you'll get to see something just like that.
Perhaps. Enjoy your evening, sir. I must make my way back over to my husband. And she turns and makes her way back over to Vorse and Ego. By this point, Ego, give me an. Are you actively watching Vorse's input into the auction droid?
Yeah. Like, not staring into it, but just keeping an eye, yes.
Okay. Give me an easy perception real quick.
Perception with a boost die. P perception. Two successes, one advantage.
Ooh, man. Okay, so the threat is canceled out. You succeed. Okay, you watch. You're watching Vorse. By this point, the reality of what he is put forth into the auction is starting to set in, and he's showing a sign of reluctance to bid any further. He's pushed himself uncomfortably beyond his limits. He puts in 1.5, 1,500,200 credits. He barely raised the bar.
And we want Force to be the highest bidder.
No, I mean not
Okay.
necessarily. We
just
If
want
you
to
could,
high.
if you could communicate with Oho right now, he'd have something to tell you about that. But realistically speaking, you wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, no.
That's what this move's gonna be next. But
yeah, you get a sense that he's slowly starting to realize the situation he just put himself in, and as far as you're aware, you know that the Core Atlas crew is just here to conduct some type of mission. Well, correct. Dove, would you have briefed Ego entirely of the heist, or would you have only given specific?
I would have told Ego what he needs to know. And that includes what we're trying to get these people to do. Because I know he works best with people.
Mm-hmm.
So, these are our intentions.
Right. So, Ego, you would know that it's not necessarily a specific individual that needs to be the target. It's just that you need the auction to go as high as possible.
Okay.
Being the suave individual that you are, you would know other peoples of interest within this room that could potentially facilitate the auction even the bid even higher. One of which being Caltho.
Okay.
You are very aware that Caltho is a very reserved individual, does not like to talk to people.
Mhm.
But it is possible to secure an audience with him. The only other possible contendant would be Mil
Shot
McKeer.
in a minute. I don't know.
Milmakir is the only other possible individual that could potentially be a runner in this race, but he's an inheritor of a fortune. You don't necessarily know how large that fortune is or how deep it goes. So, without talking to him, you don't know how much more willing he is to invest into this auction. Treo Ardasa and Paspadura have no chance in a snowball's chance in hell in competing at this point.
So the main ones are Milmakir, Caltho, and Voss.
Yeah, and Voss, yeah. Those are the three main.
Voss. I think Ego, like, just kind of like over the lip of his drink, is going to see the number that Voss is inputting and just give a little like, whoa, deep pockets. I guess you really want this thing.
Yeah, no, I could give two shits less about this fucking stone, but you know, the wife wants what she wants, and I'm gonna give her what she wants. Apparently, yeah, this is. I had no intentions of going this deep for this fucking rock, but I don't know, something came over me.
And it's a bit high for my taste, but you sure that leaves you in good standing against the hut and whoever else wants this as bad?
I don't know, man. I doubt the fucking slug has the liquid assets to be able to compete with this bid, but to be frank with you, neither do I. But I can at least fucking scrounge it up somehow. Squeeze some of the local shops, some security money. You know, the racketeering bit. There's ways to secure the fund. I just wasn't hoping to squeeze that route just yet, but here we are. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think that fucking slug over there is going to be able to push this number?
Well, considering you're at this amount already, I think he's probably been pretty toe-to-toe with you so far.
Oh no, he was outbidding me earlier, but then I I showed him what's what. That being said, in the private chat, Dub, what are you doing?
I was asking a character question.
Right. And now I want to know what Dub's doing.
I mean, you know what? Fuck it, it's fine.
You made your way to the gift shop earlier, and you've watched as Ego just calm down the situation with Force and the security staff. You watch as Aris trails off on her own for a moment, and soon after returns. So far, you haven't been briefed on what's going on with that situation, but you get a sense that she wanted to talk with somebody privately. You see Vorse and Ego eyeing Caltho repeatedly as everybody's inputting their bids into the auction. What is you've observed Nalith for a bit, and you see that he periodically checks the security footage every now and then. Well, every hour and a half, he seems to divert his attention down to it. Or,
Mm.
not hour and a half, every 20 minutes. That would be progressing time way too far. Because we're only at 11 right now at this point in time. So, yeah, about every 20 minutes he looks down at the security panel. But yeah,
Remind me, we're not acting now, right? The plan was to go forward with the auction and then come back in the night, right? Was that the plan?
correct. After the auction closes, but
After.
it's a two-pronged heist. You got to hit the bank and the auction or the
Okay,
jewel at
no,
the same
that's fine.
time.
Just making sure. Okay, in that case, I'm going to leave security office alone, but I know where it is now. I actually did buy something at the gift shop. Thank you. You know, there's like those museum jewelry types are ones inspired by like various exhibits. Maybe there happen to be a few bracelets or necklaces inspired by the jewel of Yavin. She would have picked out just like a small little bracelet that I'm gonna send over to Ember, my little Ember.
I like
a little
it.
souvenir. I'm actually going to do that because it showed I was at the gift shop. I did this.
Okay, I like it. It would have costed. It would have costed about 15 credits, and yeah, it's a beautiful piece with the jewel of Yavin as the central focus on the bracelet itself, accompanied by several other notable replicas of crystals. One of which, the Kyber crystal, just to give you a various. And all these crystals come from different planets that you're aware of. One, the Ilum, or the Kyber crystal from Ilum, the Karuska gem from Yavin, so on and so forth. That's where it basically gives you a geological bracelet of the galaxy.
It's perfect. I will be taking that, yes. And once I finish scoping the security office, I will slowly make my way to Caltha and his. How big is his entourage here? Was it just for? It was just for one. The one, right?
Say again?
Two. How big is Caltha's entourage? Two of them.
Just two. Carrick, the bounty hunter, and his financial advisor.
Right. He's
got to have his bookkeeper on staff to make sure that he has the liquid assets to keep on bidding.
That makes sense. Absolutely. I'm familiar enough with the huts that I'm going to just make my way over to Caltha and his entourage, give the bounty hunter a little like greeting, heads up.
Carrick, seeing you approach, gives you the acknowledged response. He also steps forth. It's good seeing you again. I'm sorry for this, but Caltha's not really taking.
Say that last bit again, Tarzan, so your mic gets really quiet.
Sitting too far away. Carrick, he holds a hand up like, sorry for the whole formality, but Caltha's not currently taking social engagements right now. He's a little distressed with that voice tablet over there. Unless it's urgent, I can't allow you to talk to him.
No, not urgent. Just paying my respects. Stress? Really?
Yeah, he seems a little upset about the current state of the bid right now. He's currently talking over with his financial advisor about liquid assets, trying to see if he can continue the bid for the jewel. What can I help you with?
Just paying my respects, but the boss is busy. The boss is busy.
Right.
She raises her voice so that it's audible enough for Caltha to hear. As she just says, he's plenty smarter than his family members. I'm sure he wouldn't place any bids on anything he wasn't sure he could recoup.
Okay. I mean, easy perception. Woo! Yeah, Caltho, yeah, he's a perceptive bitch, that's for sure. 1 success, 3 advantages, and 1 triumph for the viewers. Caltho, draped in this long black and gold robe. Dove, your experience with huts, they're rather large and very they have a very dominant presence with how physically prominent they are. They're very large and bold, engorged individuals that it's hard to miss them. With as close as you are to Caltho, doesn't give off that same presence. He's still pretty tall in respects to huts, but as you look him over, the robes don't give off the same size and density as other huts you've encountered. You get a sense that he's rather slender for a hut, or slim, rather slim for a hut. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, you guys would have had that information a long time ago.
What was the incriminating thing? It's been a few sessions, sorry.
So
I just sent it to you on I sent it to you on Discord. Basically the characters who provided the video his name is Fahid. He is the basically like the accountant of Vor's Tabreth, and Raul and Oho at some point confronted him and learned that he and a lot of people are not very happy with Vor's, and he'd be willing to leave Vor's and potentially side with the Huts if that was a possibility. So we technically have a potential ship to be in good standing with the Huts long term. So that's kind of like one of the discussions that happened at some point down the road of like, if we kind of like help Caltho and we focus on Vor's being the person, and then we offer Caltho this on top of that on Vor's, then it's kind of like this whole like, this is going to put us in a good standing for future interactions with the Huts.
Playing that long game, baby.
Yep. And so on the Discord I sent you,
I've got a segue into that if Caltho's paying attention.
Oh yeah, no. So Caltho would have picked up on your conversation, and he would have stopped his conversation with his financial advisor for a moment. But you have so far not have presented any information that would have piqued his interest as of yet.
No worries.
So yeah, Carrick is go ahead.
I will continue to speak with Carrick, but again, speaking with the intent that Caltho can hear. And she'll just continue saying, well, Caltho's no Bargos. I'm sure he makes smarter business deals and knows who to keep close. And can actually keep them for longer than a few moon cycles. It's not urgent, but I do have some information that may be of interest. At a less pressing time, perhaps.
By this point, when you hear that, Caltho has turned fully towards you and is waving Carrick aside. Carrick gives you an acknowledgement. Looks like you got your time. Be quick with it, all right? He doesn't have too much time on his hands.
Of course.
You approach.
Yeah, greeting in Huttese.
Ooh, you speak Huttese. All right. You approach it.
I guess long enough.
You speak in Huttese and give him a formal greeting. This impresses Caltho. ever so slightly, as I mean, it's typically common knowledge among the bounty hunters on how to properly address them. So he's like, at least you're formally trained and know what you're doing. Um,
Damn right.
he, big yellow eyes with red bags under his eyes, or actually, it's more so not bags, but like makeup, like heavy eyeshadow, red eyeshadow under his yellow eyes. He looks you over.
And exactly what can I do?
You're gonna need to say that again. I'm sorry.
What can I do?
Humbug. I won't take up too much of your time. But those of the underworld could not help but notice there seems to be some friction between yourself and the Master Voice.
A small human can't hope to stand up against power. He is merely a small inconvenience, and it will be dealt with.
I take it you'd be interested in dealing with him sooner rather than later? With the utmost efficiency?
You mentioned you have information that could facilitate that, so explain.
I do. I present this in good faith, me and my company. We acknowledge those who have their wits about them and don't go around throwing their weight nonsensically. Keep things stable. Power isn't as changeable from one questionable hand to another. I will present Calfo with the footage we received that Victor described of Milmikir with the strange deal, and also inform him that there are a number of voices in our circle which might not be too interested in keeping up that sham much longer. His accountant, for one, is ready to dissent.
I've heard whispers, but this information you brought me bodes well. God. Un momento, por favor. I've heard whispers, and you've done well in that regard to present that information to me. What do you hope to benefit in exchange for this information?
Relationships are everything in our world. As I said, I present this in good faith. Remember me in the future, perhaps, if you have a job to do.
If my information on you is correct, you travel with the crew as the core atlas, am I correct?
That is quite correct, yes.
The Hut crime family will take note of your contribution. You've done well, and I will take this information into consideration. Unless you have some insight on how this bid is going to proceed further, I must consult with my financier.
As I was coming towards Kelfa, is there any chance I would have heard Ego's conversation with Force at all, just in regards to some
So
discomforts with how much he was spending?
unless Ego was able to communicate or to transmit this information over communication, No, because the Tap
Oh, that's
Cafe is opposite of. Actually, no, the Tap Cafe is right next to the gift shop. So potential. There's a potential. Let's go ahead and give it a retroactive
perception roll.
hard perception. Yeah,
Sure.
let's
We
see
can
if
try.
you would have heard it. Yeesh.
Rough.
Ah.
One success.
Yeah, you wouldn't have heard that conversation, unfortunately.
Wouldn't have heard.
Yeah,
That's fine.
Would
my
chat
volume's still pretty low.
communicate? No, I think especially with the mod of the hut, if like you're a little further away and you're not like enunciating, it makes it a little harder
Harder
to
to
like.
understand.
Yeah, it goes like really low and also like very hard to like put together.
Yeah,
the
I
sound.
could not hear most of those words. I turned my volume up.
Yeah, no, that was my bad. I had
I
the
get
volume
it.
down to like 35 or something like that. I don't know why it was that low. My bad. But yeah, so unfortunately, the conversation was going on at the same time you were trying to observe the security panel, so you wouldn't have caught it, unfortunately. Chav, however, yeah, you would be aware of the current standing of the bid at this point in time with the 1.5, but that was because it was announced by Mars at the conclusion of the third round. It wasn't announced who made that bid. There's a reasonable assumption that it was Vorse, as he kind of made an ass of himself.
He's been very loud about it. He's not been very silent auctioning of him.
Yeah. But other than that, the only way you would know the current standing of what Boris is bidding is through Ego, and Ego has yet to been able to communicate that to anybody as of yet. But yeah, if you don't present any other information at this time, Caltho is going to turn back to his financier to continue discussions of his bid.
As he's speaking with his financier, Dove will actually address them both and just say, and one more thing. There's a significant amount of credits going into this auction, and she'll just tilt her head towards Vorse. I know firsthand what it's like to drop a significant amount of sums on a whim and have little much to pay for those who actually work for you. And when you have little to pay, they have little to stay for. Good day to you, Calfo.
You'll see he considers your words carefully. And as you make your way, you'll observe as he leans over to the auction droid and inputs his entry into the bid. You're unfortunately unable to see what he's putting in, but you get a sense that with those words that he's now got a secondary agenda on his mind, in that sense, in that regard. And that will conclude round 4 of the auction as the droids make their way back towards the display room, where Mars Grayson consults with the droids and gets the winning bid so far, the leading bid so far. Any other discussions before the beginning of the 5th round?
We still don't see Oho.
He has not made his presence known to the rest of you yet.
He's on the ceiling.
He's on the ceiling.
I am the ceiling.
That's a different character.
You see, like there's like a whole 16 chapel painting on it, and all of a sudden you realize that it's just Oho, just on the, and then it just starts moving.
Yeah, Ego. You would have only been aware of Chav, Rawl, and Dove. Dove is the only one that remained behind as Rawl and Oho or Chav made their way out front door.
Aho did let
For that
himself
blast to the
know.
Connie.
Yeah, I think I don't remember if it was just to Raw, but Oho did communicate to someone that he was already in, like at the auction
Yeah,
last session.
it was chat. You communicated with Rawl, and Rawl communicated that over to Chav.
Yeah, but Chav is already gone. I
This face journey.
I'm
So many plans being enacted. I love it.
I want to keep. I'm curious. I want to keep track of Grayson. I want to keep. I might engage with Grayson after, like, once this bid is announced, and then we go to the next thing. But in the meantime, Oho is keeping an eye on Grayson because Oho is trying to see if Grayson may have something in his possession currently that could be of use where Oho take it in his possession. As in, like, access or something along those
Okay.
lines. So he's
All right.
just sort of moving around, enjoying the thing, but mostly it's just keeping an eye, corner of his eye, like through holograms and things, just kind of keeping an eye at a distance to see what gestures, movements, if he's moving from one room to the other. Is there a particular hand gesture, item, device, thing, key card, anything that he may be using to navigate certain parts, how he's treating the guards, if there's a particular guard that maybe he's treating a little less than, or a guard that seems to be a little more tired with him than the others. Like, he's just right now, like, his focus is studying Grayson and those in connection to him.
All right, let's take a look at the security measures real quick. See what the capabilities are at the moment.
All of this while also me being the painting on the ceiling. As Dove said. I see everything.
Guards. Okay. So as of right now, it's only Burn Axis's crew. Not exactly sure when, but there is supposed to be a guard change later on this evening. Or you get a sense that there's going to be a guard change because these people have been here all day. That being said, okay. Yep. Yeah. I'm trying to remember. We didn't do any. We've talked with Gantel. We haven't talked with Burr. Gantel just gave you. You tried to appeal to Gantel's past criminal life. It didn't necessarily work, but you guys did share in a moment of similar backgrounds.
Gantel being the lead of the security, correct?
He's one of the leads. He's the other security captain. The one with the bat-like features, the long limbs, has to wear a visor in order to be out in public. The thief that was turned security captain. He expressed his disinterest with Grayson due to the fact that he doesn't take criticism of his assessment of the current security standing very seriously. So he's like kind of checked out with Grayson, doesn't really care. and gave you that little insider information about another another point of entry that would be of interest to somebody that would want to seek out a way.
Yeah, All would definitely like remember him, and if spotted, he would like look at him but keep his distance because he respected the thing of like, I don't want to be anywhere near where this happens, and if it happens, I don't want to have anything to do with it. So there's this like, even if they were to cross like looks, there would be this exchange of like, I know you, I'm not gonna say anything, I'm not gonna get close to you because I don't want to have an interaction with you up close that may jeopardize your position. Like it's a respect thing.
Yeah.
Bro.
No. As far as you're able to tell, Gantel is not here. But Burn Axis, you haven't interacted with him, but he is present on site at the receptionist's desk. But yeah, as far as Morris goes, he doesn't directly interact with any of the security measures per se, aside from having a RFID badge that allows him to pass through the security doors seamlessly without having to, input a chain code or something like that. That's the only thing that you can get a sense of. He has some sort of RFID badge that allows him to pass through the gate, the sliding doors without having to input a chain code.
Is it visible?
Let's see if it's on his robes. 1 second. Go to his character page. No, there's no code cylinder slot. It's not currently visible. But it would be safe for one to assume that the code cylinder is either in his belt, one of his belt slots, or underneath his vest in one of his breast pockets or something like that. The two most likeliest places to keep a code cylinder like that, or badge, I should say, not the code cylinder. Code cylinder is for a key entrance. That being said, he's currently interacting with the auction droids, collecting the information on the fourth round of bidding. While that's going down, let's go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break to take a bio and all that good stuff. We'll see you guys here in a few minutes. Hello, and welcome back to our episode today of Edge of the Empire, the Jewel of Yavin. Again, I am your host, Daddy Tarzan. Thank you all for tuning in this evening. Because I forgot to do a slate for the week on TikTok, let's go ahead and roll that out, shall we? This week, Wednesday, the Dimensional Dial at 8:30 Mountain Standard Time, projectedly. Tune in for that as we continue our adventure into the desert world that currently is being influenced by the plane of air, elemental plane of air, as the blind monk leads his intrepid band of children and children safely through this elemental influenced world, and hopefully find their way through to the next dimension. After that, Thursday, Tales of Arden with several members of this crew here, save Ren, I believe. Ren, have you participated in Tales of Arden yet?
No.
Oh. Well, maybe one day.
I need
Tales of Arden?
a little bit. I need to sleep sometimes during the week, Tarzan.
Yes, that's the unfortunate side of living on the other side of the world in the future. Tales of Arden, 8:30 again, projectedly. Our high seas, high fantasy pairing adventure, where a disgraced disgraced naval officer turned pirate leads his crew to track down the shards of the Amber Paragon in an attempt to thwart the plans of Vorak Ball. And finally, as of right now, no Frontiers of Eberron until we figure out exactly when and if everybody can be present to continue the scene. But there is talks of possibly going weekly with that. Be on standby for that. Once we have a solidified date, we will make an announcement and let you know. Other than that, we're back. We're still on track on a weekly basis for all three shows, both Edge of the Empire, Dimensional Dial, and Tales of Arden. So stay tuned for those. Does anybody else have any input they want to put forth? Nope. We are ready to go. All right. Let's get back to the action, my friends, as this adventure has yet to be diced as to what is going to happen. I don't know where I was going with that, but it's fine. As we were saying, as we left off, the party Morris Grayson had just consulted with all the auction droids to finalize the fourth round of bids. See, there's a slight level of disappointment in his eyes as the bid has not escalated further than he was expecting it to go, as Vorse foolishly submitted a large sum of credits to try and insult Altho. He steps forth, addressing the crowd at the gala. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our fourth round of bids. To be honest, slightly disappointed that the trajectory did not go up as far as I was hoping for. But nonetheless, it's still quite impressive. Our current reigning bid is 1.5 million credits, and correction, 1,500,600 credits. To which that goes to anonymously. There we go. Anonymously. I was struggling with that word personally, not Morris. William or Tarzan was struggling with that again. Pirate. I'm over here talking about pirates, and now I'm talking about my character again. Tarzan was struggling with that personally. Anonymously. thank you for this round of bids. Talk amongst yourselves, and the droids will be seeking you out shortly for the final round of bids. Thank you again, my wonderful guests. Enjoy yourselves and the refreshments we have to offer. With that, he retreats back into the display room, and the attendees go back to conversing with themselves amongst themselves. There's a level of heightened energy centralized around Caltho at this point in time. As you listen on, there's a lot of whispers of, was it Caltho this time that outbid Vorse, or is it still Vorse? And Ego, you're the only one that knows for certain that wasn't Vorse's bid.
Yeah. How does Vorse look right now?
He is beet red right now. Beet red. He is extremely upset by the fact that he was just outplayed by who he can only assume is Caltho right now. You get a sense that he does not think anybody else is capable of bidding this amount of money other than Caltho the Hutt. No one else registers on his radar. And he's just staring blaster bolts at the sky through his eyes.
Ego. No. Can't just go killing him yet. You got another round to make it up if you want to.
I'm gonna fucking kill that goddamn slug, I swear. This motherfucker thinks he can outbid me in my own house.
You know he's not gonna do that for us. You gotta keep a level head. If you blow up now and get kicked out, he will win.
Here you go. You have any friends outside that could possibly rig his car to explode when he leaves?
You want me to what? As in, can you repeat that?
You got any friends outside that can rig Caltho's car to explode when he leaves?
Ego is gonna say, I might, but let's consider what we speak about here. Do you really want to publicly threaten him right now, Boris? You gotta keep it in mind.
I'm gonna fucking kill him. Fuck.
I mean, Force. You could think about it though. Like, I know you don't want to get beat in your own house, but you could just let him have it. Let him bet. Like, I don't think Hutts can sweat, but everything doesn't look hunky-dory over there. Like, really think about it.
I mean, if he wins the duel, I can kill him afterwards and just take the jewel off his rotting corpse, I suppose. But then I'm gonna have to hear about it from my wife and
possibly others. Look, you want this gem? I'm sure you can have this gem. Whatever you have to liquidate, whoever you have to squish under your foot, I'm sure you've got it some way. But you could also just let this Hutt lose a bit of cash.
You understand what you're asking me to do, right, Ego?
I'm not asking you to do anything. I'm giving you options that don't involve murder right now. That's what I'm doing.
If I let him win, that I lose face in my own town, in my own city. There's no fucking way I can let him win, because that's letting the Hutts take over as the face of the city. Ah!
Then outbid him.
And
Put in what you think you need to absolutely secure this for you.
go ahead. Are you? How are you going to? Is there anything mechanically that you're willing to do to try and secure this line of thought for Force? Win by any means necessary.
I can try overwhelm emotions again to coerce, or I can try influence again to get the force power going on him.
All right. So you're good.
That could backfire.
I'll give you this. You know, from past interactions with Force, he's not a very easy guy to try and influence through the Force. I'll give you that. He has a very strong sense of willpower. But that being said, he is in a very compromised state at this time. He's been heavily influenced by alcohol, and he's also very upset with Caltho's presence here. So there is a chance that this could very well work. But are you willing to risk it?
Well,
granted, there's no from your experience, there's no like outwardly, you haven't presented yourself as a Jedi at any point in time, and
no.
There's no way for him to be able to like openly be able to accuse you of trying to influence his mind as a Jedi. So the risk presented to you so at this time would probably only be the risk of not taking your word or your advice. That's probably the severity of the situation in that regard. Like he either listens to your influence or he doesn't. That's about as bad as it can get. So that being said, the threats that you generate from this will manifest in the form of strain, as opposed to like a outwardly influence or outside threat, I should say. So that's the way it'll manifest in that regard.
He's just gonna give me a headache.
Yeah, he's just gonna be a bit of an ass towards me.
Fair enough. I will. Okay. So should I try a coercion roll first, or should I just go straight for influence and roll the force die?
Coercion's more of a duress situation.
Okay.
I would say this would be more of a persuasion check.
Okay.
Because I mean, you guys are cordial. You guys are good, fairly decent acquaintances, and you've had dealings with each other. So your guys' relationship is very amicable. Coercion wouldn't necessarily fit this situation. It would definitely be more of a persuasion. That being said, it would be an average difficulty, but Vorse has a passive called Nobody's Fool, which upgrades the difficulty of any charm, coercion, or deception check. Persuasion would be charm, I guess. So go ahead and roll a charm check. at a hard difficulty as opposed to an average.
Okay. The sound. No.
Wasn't expecting you to be that high of a fucking check. God damn. Oh shit.
Let's go.
Okay.
You really like me, and you like my advice.
Yeah. So that's gonna put it at a with the light side influence. That's gonna make it a success. All right. Yeah. You put forth this influence. There is a very strong resistance to your influence, but you feel as it slips through the cracks and seeps into his mind. Yeah. Any means necessary. I gotta squeeze the city dry. I'll fuck it. Fine. Fine. You're right, ego. You're right.
See, these are the words I like to hear. Yes.
I need a drink. And that's when he walks off towards the bar at the Tap Cafe. At this time, Oho, you feel a firm grasp on your shoulder from behind. As you look over,
You're muted, Victor.
Excuse me?
as you look over, the same red-skinned, two-horned individual by the name of Galt Ferreira standing next to you. My friend, what a pleasure to see you again. What are you doing here? Why are you off on your own?
Oh, it's so good to see you as well. Oh, well, you know me. I get bored easily. I heard there was money being gambled or thrown away, and I just had to come see how much despair the faces would make once the bid reached certain point. So it hasn't been too disappointing. How about you?
Oh, I came here strictly for the entertainment. I don't know. I mean, if you've seen that individual Vorse over there, I mean, I've had dealings with him, but he is putting on quite the spectacle.
It seems that way.
If I recall correctly, you and Rawl are brothers, correct?
I'm sorry, who?
You and Rawl was that his name? Yeah, according to my informants, yeah, Rawl.
I don't know who that is.
Playing games with me. We had.
Sure, the person that I'm talking to is the dealer from like Underground. Is that who I'm talking to right now?
The smuggler, yeah.
Yeah, the smuggler. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have that moment where it's just like I just lean close to him. I was like, I'm not sure that. I think you're talking about a different person, friend.
Interesting. Well, should you know who exactly I'm talking about, please feel free to inform him that certain special item that he's been dying to get his hands on, I just so happen to have been recently able to acquire. So it's ready for pickup whenever he's ready to come by.
Well, if I stumble upon this Rowd fellow, I'll make sure to pass on the information. I say as I probably activated the comm as he was talking about it, so that Rawl literally hears it directly from his mouth.
Very well. I'm going to go over and talk to that beautiful Iridonian woman over there as he points over to Dove, who's off on her own.
Sure. While I have you here, though, since we're talking, I don't suppose you carry anything of that could be used for discrete operations. I mean, you being a man of resources in a place such as this.
I mean, my inventory is quite vast. I'm afraid I'm gonna need you to be a little more specific than that. What exactly are you in search of, my friend?
Oh, I was. And then Oho just looks around and says, "It's such a wonderful museum. There's so much to see. I wish I could just have more time to enjoy the different places, you know?"
And above the table, just so I have a clear understanding of what exactly you're trying to ask of Galt, what exactly are you trying to get from him?
It's one of those like where he be the kind of person that it's like, oh yeah, I have this like, like fake key card or like whatever disrupting thing or something in that is just easy to control and manage that he would have in his possession. Otherwise, he's not interested in doing direct dealings with him right now.
So, you guys, when you guys first entered, you guys had to go through a security screening, which is the reason why you had to disperse some of your items and only come in with a very, very select few items that you could carry. That being, you used your ability to hide your weapon in the force, or through Night Sister magic, and other than that, the only way you'd be able to carry anything more is if it was as small as something like a security spike that you could easily hide outside of pockets and whatnot. Galt ponders for a moment. And you see him reach up to his forehead and scratch his forehead for a moment, and he drags his nail up his horn. And you hear this series of this scratching noise as he gets to what now appears to be a seam, and the horn tilts back, and a security tunneler or a security spike immediately falls into his palm, and he grabs it quickly, allowing the horn to seat properly back into place where the seam disappears entirely, and he scratches his chin. Well, if one were to want a little more time after hours, I suppose you would want something that's going to allow you.
Do you know what, my friend? Why don't you just tell me how much you'd like me to bid on that gem for you? And I'll just throw it just for good measure.
Now that's what I like to hear. I don't suppose you're going to be able to afford a $1.5 million credit bid, but I could settle for measly 250 credits or something of that nature.
Well, you know what? If I see this Rawl person that you were talking about.
Oh, wait, we're talking about. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the spike.
No. If we're talking about the spike, he's just talking. He's not being direct about
in
it.
Code. Okay, yeah. Okay.
So he's just kind of like, if I see this Rawl person that you were talking about, I will make sure to tell them to make sure that you will have that bid for good old times and your wisdom that you have provided.
It's good making your acquaintance again, friend. And he reaches up and pats you on the shoulder. His hand still clasped like this. You take care of yourself. And as he pulls away, his hand relaxes, slipping out from underneath yours. And in your hand, you find yourself in possession of a security spike.
Yeah. Oho basically does the tap, the spike, and he just proceeds to do the sleeve under sleeve of his robe that he has specifically for that reason. That his outfit is just a lot of fabric, so it actually is able to make it easy to conceal.
You are now aware that Galt, in fact, does have a false horn that he uses for smuggling on his person, at least.
My mind went to Rocket Raccoon. Was like, oh, I'm gonna get that horn.
He makes his he bids you farewell and makes his way out into the crowd. Seemingly distracted by from the thought of approaching Dove, and now just making his way through the crowd and just interacting with various display items and other guests in attendance. That being said, Dove, is there? Oh, there. Oh, there they are.
I'm here. Just eye strain.
Very good. Dove, did you have any plans that you want to take action on?
Not at this time. Remind me, just in terms of security detail that we've seen, is it a combination of droids as well as humanoids?
Yes, there's there's a built-in security system that involves cameras and a automated droid security system that patrols throughout the facility automatically. And then there's a series of human security provided by Mars Grayson, who are more centralized around the jewel itself, as opposed to where the droids are focused on the entirety of the facility itself.
Okay. How are people reacting to the bid at the moment?
Everybody's currently whispering their personal thoughts on who's the current highest bidder, which a lot of it's going to be whispers of, "Ooh, Caltho's outbidding Vorse. That's going to be interesting." And a lot of words of who's going to outbid who in the final round. And my money's on Caltho, or my money's on Vorse, things like that.
Dove is just going to be on standby at the moment. She's gonna take a position where she can have a line of sight on Ego.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I can see where Ojo is at this time.
Unless the only reason Galt was able to spot Oho is because of his insane fucking perception.
That's fine.
Even with your ability to Oho, with your ability to increase the difficulty, it made it a form. What was his perceptions? It was a daunting perception skill check, and he still managed to succeed despite that. So it was just an average perception, just to look about the room, and with your increased difficulty, that's how he ended up spotting you. But without that, unless you were keeping your eyes on Galt, which you are aware of Galt, but unless you were keeping tabs on him, you wouldn't have spotted Oho at the moment.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna stay within line of sight of of Ego, in case he needs to convey anything. Ideally somewhere where I can see both the gem and Ego, just nonchalantly with a drink that I'm pretending to drink.
I can facilitate that for you. 1 second. Here's the map.
Oh, good.
Wish there was a digitalized map that we can display, but before we got.
It's a shame. Okay.
Ego and Vorse are in the Tap Cafe. Galt and so you would be in the exhibition hall. over by. Actually, you'd be by the front doors of the auction room. There's a holo display of the titled "The Beauty of Bespin." It's just a holo display of the planet itself, at centralized in the hall, and you'd be standing by that, allowing yourself to have direct line of sight on Ego and Vorse from there.
Okay.
Unknowingly, Oho is behind you, but you don't know that.
That's fine. I'm not paying attention to that.
So yeah, Oho's directly behind you. Galt was also behind you, but he got distracted from his little side deal with Oho. That he's a little chipper and now socializing with other people because of how much of a good mood he's in now. Yeah. So yeah, you have direct line of sight on both Force and Ego and the auction room itself.
Great.
Ego is just like trying to signal the bartender to water down whatever he gives to Boris. Just like give him what he wants, but less. Like this plus water, please.
So unfortunately, you're dealing with a droid that doesn't understand subtlety.
Damn it!
So you'll have to give him a direct command in order for him to be able to water.
Start naming
water
like
down.
specific drinks that you know are mostly mixer.
This
Just ask for a red bantha.
red belt.
It gives you wings. It gives you X wings.
Is that mostly milk? You know what? That'll work.
Red
Filling.
Bantha. Red Bantha is a combination of several different fruit juices mixed in, and with the combination it creates this vibrant red color.
It's bantha milk and cherry.
That being said, yeah, you interact with the droid before Vorse interacts with them. Like, let me order the drinks. I got you, and you order the red bantha along with whatever you choose to drink for yourself. Vorse gives you a particular side eye for ordering a red bantha, as he's never had one before, but it does look really frilly and something he doesn't typically drink. You get a sense that he's typically a straight.
I haven't led you astray yet. Just trust me. You'll like this.
All right. Listen, you got me drinking this frilly shit, and I got an image to uphold. All right. I'm only drinking this one time. You understand?
That's fine.
One time.
You're about to win this bid. You're gonna be like the biggest dick individual walking around here in a second. Like, does it matter what you drink right now?
Playing to his ego. I love it.
Oh my god, you guys playing to his ego.
That's what I'm here for.
He just lets out a laugh. Takes the drink a little reluctantly, but goes to drink it. It's a little sweet for my taste, but it's not half bad. I'll give you that.
I'll take it.
With that, the final round of bids begins as the droids make their way out. As the droids make their way out to all of the attendees or the participants. Again, are you continuing to observe, or are you going to influence Force? How are you proceeding?
I think Ego wants to see what he's going to put in first, and then if he needs a little encouragement, then because he's not trying to push his luck at this moment.
Right.
Like Vorse likes him, but it's a thin line.
Yeah, he's
the last bidding round, right?
Yeah, this is the final round. Currently about 11:30. Once the bets are taken, they'll announce the winning bid at that time, and the gala will come to an end. So this is the final moment to make any last-minute plays. That being said, Ego, you watch as Voris inputs 1,500,000 and 800 credits.
What's the current bid?
I think it's
The
600.
last round was 1,500,000 and 600 credits. So he only went up
1 million.
another 200.
Wait, you said 1,506,000 is the winning bid right now?
500,000 and
Yeah.
600 credits. So 1,500,000 and 600 credits was the winning bid of the fourth round.
Mhm.
He's putting in 1,500,000 and 800 credits. It's only going up by 200.
Okay.
Ego, like seeing that is just gonna like.
What?
Listen, I'm not one to tell you what you need to do. I'm just saying, like, you put in 200, it went up by 400. If you put in 200 again, I'm not sure this is gonna be what you need. Like, you want to lock this thing down. Oh my god. Look. I'm just saying maybe a few K more. Like to really seal the deal. Like this is yours. This is your house. This is your gem. This is your shit.
All right. Let's get one more.
Mm-hmm.
Bardic Inspiration.
We're going to get one more check. Whichever skill you feel more comfortable with using, charm, coercion, or deception, whichever one, your choice. Hard difficulty.
I'll do charm. Charm has been working out for me so far.
I'll give you 2 boost die. And since you've been rolling so well so far, you get an upgrade.
Oh.
So once you select your skill tree or your skill, the half green, half yellow die, click one of those. That'll upgrade one of your ability dies automatically for you.
So, charm plus 2 boost die plus an upgrade plus the passive I get from overwhelm emotions. So that's a force die. That's a lot of die rolling. Ew.
Are you serious?
Damn.
With all of that? Oh no. That's insane.
I tried.
I'm sorry, but it does not work, unfortunately. I'll give you this.
Mhm.
You delete this 800. He deletes the 800 and goes up by 1,000. So 1,501,000 credits.
I'll take
I
it.
doubt this fucking slug can go much higher than that. All right, there's no way. he's got the assets.
You're the boss.
That being said, let's see how Caltho's feeling. Where did you go, Caltho? There you are. Let's get a cool check from Caltho. Or no, discipline or cool? What do I feel? What am I feeling?
He also has the influence of the knowledge that Dove gave her before she left.
Right. Let's go with discipline. This is just a simple discipline check to see how well he's got Vorse figured out. Figured out pretty well. Okay. Okay, we'll go ahead and roll an additional boost die for the information on Milmakir, and for the information on Vorse's security staff, that'll give him a second boost die. Make him 6 advantages in total. Okay. Given that he has Vorse pretty well read at this point in time with the information that was presented to him, Altho respectfully backs out of the bid. And there's a air of confidence about him. He knows he ran this person's Vorse's pockets dry, and that he just weakened himself to the point that will facilitate Caltho's ability to take over Cloud City and its criminal organization. He whispers over to Eric, who you'll notice communicates over or sends out a communication to what you can assume is his assets outside, and some plans are being enacted at this point in time, and the droids make their way back into the auction hall room, or the display room, where you can see. Actually, you'll also you've been paying attention to Grayson, and you would see that every time he interacts with the droids, because he'll pull out what appears to be a code cylinder that he uses to slot into the droid, so he can get the information from the droids and see who's the winning bid so far. As he does so, you'll see in that moment a level of disappointment that sets in as he realizes that the bid only went up by 1,000 comparatively to where it was, and he recollects himself, steps out into the exhibition hall where you all currently are standing by. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, that will conclude tonight's bid, as the winner of the auction and the new owner of the Karuska gem, the Jewel of Yavin, is none other than Vorse Tabrith. And when his name isn't announced, you'll hear, "Fuck yeah!"
Good job, boss.
That's gonna hit him tomorrow. He's gonna wake up tomorrow at the moment. I'm like,
and Mars will continue after that shocking scream. The Vorse Tabrith is the winning bid of 1,500,001 credits, 501,000 credits, thank you all for your contributions this evening, and I hope you enjoyed all the refreshments we had to offer. At this time, we will be finalizing the bids, and we'll, if you would be so kind, to start making your way out for the evening, as we will be coming to a close. Thank you again for attending the gala, and I hope to see you guys again soon. Farewell. With that, Grayson makes his way back into the auction room. You'll notice as guests are slowly starting to make their way towards the front door. Any last minute interactions before we conclude?
It would have been funny if Wolf did leave that one more credit right at the end, just to be a dick.
Definitely did. I know for a fact he did.
Yeah, he's that type of guy. Yeah,
He added,
And one.
he added 1,000. He didn't change the one that he added last session. So technically speaking, that number.
yeah. Every bit has been 5 with a 1 at the end. Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely.
That security guard that was like about ready to throw Force out, is he still there, or did he move back into his?
Oh, he's been posted. He's posted up by the two, but with the other guard at the front, at the entryway of the auction room or the display room. He hadn't made his way out there because of how belligerent Force was getting, but he's back at his post at this time.
Okay.
The auction room, is it current when Grayson goes in? Is it closed? Like if you step into that room currently, and I wouldn't like walk by or anything, is that would I be able to perceive in or?
No, after he went in, the doors closed behind him.
And that's where the gem is.
Yeah. He's just finalizing the bids themselves and directing the funds to the appropriate account that it needs to go to before he calls it in the evening and makes his way home as well.
And
that being said, Boris would have been escorted to the auction room as well, as he has to finalize the deal. So, Ego, before he goes, is there anything you want to say to him before he goes follows Grayson into the auction room?
Oh no, Ego is gonna be congratulating him. It's like, see, knew that was all it took. And now you're the owner of the Karuska gem. You've thoroughly shamed that hut to shit. It's your house.
There was a level of confidence instilled in him until he looked over at Caltho, who is now calm and collected and doesn't seem to be bothered at all by the fact that he's just outbid by Vorse.
This is it was in this moment the Vorse found out he'd fucked up.
Essentially, there's a wash of with how in tune you are with your ability to read emotions. There's a wave of concern that just washed over him, as you can only assume that he's wondering what exactly is Caltho up to and why is he so calm.
That's my fault. I'm not sorry.
He addresses you real quickly. Thank you, Ego. You've been a great friend. Again, just let me know if you need anything when you go to stay at a hotel. Have a good night.
See you, Vorse.
And with that, he's escorted to the auction room to finalize his bid with Grayson. Caltho and company have all begun making their way out of the museum at their own leisure. What's everybody's plan at this point? At this time, you are getting a communique
Mm-hmm.
Operation begun to acquire the droid. We'll update later.
Wait, Operation what?
The operation to acquire the droid has begun. I'll update you later.
People are departing from auction now.
Noho is leaving?
Make sure that when you reconvene with the rest of the party, you proceed to the bank operation. I'll see if the museum has after hours.
Yeah, I'll meet up with you all once I talk to the computer expert that we hired.
Good hunting.
Be safe, brother.
You too. Oh, keeping an eye on the guards. How are the guards looking? Grayson's guards.
Grace's guards have, at this point in time, the four that were watching the gem with Grayson in the room are collected around Grayson. You have a reason to assume that this is his escort security. So they are immediately present around him as Grayson and Vorse are concluding their dealings. The two guards at the gate or at the door. Actually, you can't see into that, but that would have been the situation before the doors were closing. They would have convened on Mars as he entered. So you would have seen that. But you can't currently see into the room at this time. The guards outside have remained stationary at this point. Are just waiting or watching everybody make their way out of the museum. The security droids themselves have retreated back into their station where they can plug in and recharge for a moment. And that's about. So the only current present security at the moment is the cameras above, the two guards at the posted at the auction room, and the receptionist and Nailith, the guide or the turnstile operator.
Always going to try to use the crowd as they're exiting to discreetly make his way. Before I say this, when it came to the gift shop, the Karuska gem replicas, while not as shiny, were they around the same size? Like
no, the only gems that were the same size were the ones in the display room with the Karuska gem in cabinets over top. So there's cabinets that have a similar size to the Karuska gem. However, you don't know if they are the same plate.
Noted. And just to be sure, what I got from my dealer fellow, data spike, correct?
Computer. It's a security tunneler or security spike. It allows you to make one security computer's check, or it allows you to succeed one security check and to bypass something.
Gotcha.
You're gonna have to use it wisely.
Yes. Okay. Always going to attempt to go to the gift shop.
Okay. Go ahead. I don't even know why I'm asking for it, but go ahead and roll an average stealth check.
And obviously, what I'm trying to do is basically Oho is trying to maneuver so he can repeat the same action he did last time, which is there is that storage room
In the back.
that he wants to take advantage of while people are maybe like getting items from the gift shop and whatever. If just waiting
Last
for that
purchases.
moment of yeah, for that moment where that droid maybe goes in and out, get some restocking or something to
Yeah.
get himself back in there.
So yeah, you're positioned by in the back of the store by the. I don't know why I fucking bothered.
Probably
Every fucking
6
time.
successes,
Every
2
fucking time.
advantages.
Every fucking time. I don't know why I bother. Let's get the crowd clued in. Jesus Christ.
Behold.
Yeah, 6 successes, 2 advantages. After everything's calculated, 5 successes and 1 advantage. I would say the camera that's positioned to watch the gift shop. As you're positioned over by the back of the gift shop to ready yourself for when the droid retreats into the storage room. A person manages to pass in front of the camera just as you as the droid retreats into the storage room, opening the door, leaving an opportunity for you to slink in, and you do so without being spotted by the camera, and you just vanish entirely from the security footage. Let's go ahead and get a quick perception check, I believe, from Naylith. Is it? Naylith, the security, he gets a vigilance. Hard vigilance. Hard vigilance with a no boost. Okay, so Naylith, where you at? Come on, my adversaries here. Go in. Naylith. There we go. Add and make him seen. Nope, that's the rocks. We don't need those guys anymore. There you are. Okay. Naylith. There. Hard. Vigilance. Yeah. Don't you have a setback ability that presents as a setback to observe you?
Would that roll make him succeed over my stealth?
Not necessarily. No. I would say this
Like,
would represent like he's noticed your presence at the back of the gift shop, but with the fact that you timed your movement along with somebody passing at the most opportune time in front of the security footage or in front of you to block your ability to be observed. Yeah, you just pass by without being seen by or viewed by the cameras, and you just disappear from his footage. And he looks down at the camera, sees you there, looks away for a moment, and looks back down, and you're gone. And he's like,
I'm gonna add the setbacks then.
just in case. All right.
Yeah, so it's basically a sense advantage. Once per session, I can give 2 setback die to someone.
Okay, let's go ahead and add that. Only 1. Okay, so
What a waste.
Well, it brings it down to 2 successes instead of 3. Yeah. He was aware of your presence at the moment, but you disappeared too quickly for him to be able to trace where you went, and that's about all we get from that. He'll look over all the other security footage to see if he can spot somebody of the same build like as yours throughout the museum, but he doesn't. There's no raised cause of concern at the moment for him. Ego, what's your plan of action? Are you exiting the museum at this time? Or are you meeting up? You have a moment to converse with everybody and whatnot. So, like, now's the time if you want to make any last minute interactions before exiting the museum. But what's your plan?
I'm trying to figure out if I want to talk to that guard again. But I feel like he's going to be going off duty. It's fine. It's fine. I want to talk to him.
Okay. All right. So you approach. You make your way over to Chance, the security officer at the door. Good evening. What can I do for you? We're coming. The event's coming to a close.
Oh no. It's not that I need you to do anything. I just wanted to thank you again for not throwing Vorse out earlier. I mean, it seemed to have worked out in his favor. I think. Seemed a little upset there at the end. Nevertheless.
No problem, citizen. I was just merely upkeeping the peace.
Yeah, you don't seem to be doing too bad of a job. You're one of Grayson's people, right?
Correct.
He treating you well?
I mean, a job's a job. All right.
So that's a no. That's fine. You don't have to say anything you don't want to say. Well, I mean, the auction was a success, at least. That's got to be some kind of little treat for you guys.
I mean, a bunch of rich bricks flexing the purses is not all that entertaining to me, to be honest. But it's whatever. Is there something I can help you with? I mean, we need you to start making your way out. Easy. So,
Nope. Just wanted to give you my thanks. It's a sort of thankless job, I think, standing here all evening. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Be safe out there. And I'm sure we'll see you around next gala.
Maybe. I'll see you around. And Ego will finish off his drink and walk out.
All right. Dove, what is your current plan of action? You're the crowd is making their way towards the front, the reception area where you have observed the security office is currently held. It is currently under observation by Nailith and the receptionist at this time, as they are viewing every guest making their way out. Is there something you plan to do?
It's a good question. The security office, is it like one of those, reception areas where it's like a big counter, or is it an office in which it's like walled off?
It's behind the receptionist's desk. There's another panel or another desk behind the receptionist's desk where a security guard is where Burn Axis is talking with one of his security guards that is observing the cameras there. So that's where you'll also take note of Burn Axis, the Corellian security guard. That's the captain of the security team present for Mars Basin, along with one security officer that is currently overlooking the footage. But that desk is protected from or walled off by the receptionist desk in front of it.
Okay.
So there's no direct access to it.
Dove is going to make her way towards Ego before he actually slips out the door and just says,
Okay.
ask her receptionist when she gets off work.
Got it.
All right. Ego, do you do that?
Hey, how you doing? Yes.
That's the one.
All right.
Sort of like, the like arm spin, walk right back.
All right.
That
I
motion.
like it. I like it a lot. Let me get a quick. Let's do. I gotta do something for.
Ego's just like, I better get a nice fucking cut out of this.
Let's
Off out here.
go with. Let's go with. All right. We're gonna do a quick vigilance check from. No, he doesn't need it because he's not that observant. He's just. I was gonna have the WA7 droid do a vigilance check, but he's preoccupied with his current task to fetch supplies from the back to finalize his dealings with the patrons of the gift shop. So yeah, there wouldn't even be a chance for him to even be observant enough to observe Oho, because there's a snowball's chance in hell that he's even going to see him. That being said, Oho, you slink into the storage room, find a nice spot in a corner to nestle into. That will be directly out of line of sight from the WA7 droid. And you settle in for that for the long haul.
Yes, I do.
Ego. You get quick instructions from your friend Dove, which you can reasonably assume is distract the front desk for me, please. And you do so. And you approach. You make your way past the turnstiles where Nalith, the Trillin, greets you.
I will add on to that, just because it's easier this way. I will actually go with Ego. Just I'm just linked as we walk over and just say, "Excuse me, miss. My friend had a question for you," and just stand back. That happens to be in close proximity to the security desk, since he is not too fast and he hears that it's not about him, it's about her.
Nalith observes the two of you, and then the receptionist herself, a human female, long brown hair, fair skin. You get a sense that she's of a similar descent as Mars Grayson. Doesn't look anything like Mars Grayson, but a similar descent. And she's got these thin reading glasses on, and she's going over her notes and memos on her holo screen. She looks up and sees to acknowledge you, Dove, and you mention that your friend has something to say, and she looks over and sees Ego. There's a moment, Ego, where she seems a bit flustered, and she goes, "What can I do for you?"
I need to tone it down a little bit. I can't go hardcore. Okay.
They're both flustered.
I have to. No, it's like, he's like, okay, she's already engaged. I have to adjust the approach. Ego is going to lean onto the edge of the desk. Well, My name is Ego, and I was one of the attendants here at the gala this evening. Um, my friend is trying to do me a favor because I've kind of been setting myself up at the bar trying to figure out what I'm gonna say to you, and it hasn't quite I haven't quite figured it out yet, but here I am. And I guess what I want to ask you is, are you busy tonight?
Um. I, I mean, my, I'm only here because of the event, but once the event's over, the nightlife it goes on for quite a little bit longer. There's several
Do you
bars.
have to be there?
Beware.
Anywhere in particular?
Well, I was planning on just going back to my apartment and maybe reading a book before going to bed for the evening. Why? She starts nervously playing with her hair.
Well, it's like you said, the nightlife goes on for a little bit, and I'm a little new to the great Cloud City, so I was hoping to find a companion who could maybe show me around a little. A nice time, maybe grab some dinner. Something simple.
Well, I'm not much of a night bird myself, but there's a few bars that I've frequented before. I mean, you could, if you, it will only take me about an hour to finish my shift here, and if you want, you can meet me outside. I can show you a few places.
I can wait.
Dove, at this time, what are you doing?
That's what I was looking into. So, I'm considering messing with the tech that they have. If there's any opportunity to do so with Slice of Gear. Specifically, I'm not sure if it's actually accessible. Like anything.
The security desk itself is not directly accessible. You're gonna have to get past both Burr and Nailith without being detected, which is gonna be. I'm gonna be honest. Unless you find a way to distract those two as well, it's impossible. That being said, you can take note of it. It's something you may be able to take care of after hours, once everybody's gone.
The main objective is to just get a closer look at what system they were working with.
Okay. So go ahead and give me an average perception check just to get an idea of what exactly you're going to need to deal with the computer, the security system in place.
1 success, 1 advantage.
Shit.
I can spend a light sight token. Or would it be computers? Because it's.
That's what I meant. Sorry. Computers.
Oh, good. 1 success, 2 advantages.
Damn, still?
I'll put it right up. Side point.
You can't upgrade any further. That's the issue.
Boost?
Go ahead and use a boost. Go ahead and roll. No, do two boosts. Since you've been actively assessing the computers here. Okay. All right. That works. Okay. All right. So yeah, you get a general idea of the computer systems. Light security. You'll need a security tunneler or somebody with proficiency in computers to deal with the camera footage itself. So, or the security cameras itself. You either disable
security
them.
Tunneler or
security tunneler or somebody with computer's proficiency.
That's me.
Right. So either you'll have to break in after hours or try and distract the three people that are currently not being engaged by Ego's flirtatious antics with the receptionist, to get over to that computer and try and disable it. So
No worries.
the more likely option would be to come in after hours.
After hours.
That being said, Ego, the receptionist, will introduce herself as Priscilla, and exchange communicator information so that way she can contact you after she gets done with her shift, which she says will be just shortly after the event wraps up. And yeah, so you got the information that you need to go on a date.
Like, damn, now I gotta help steal a gem and go on a date in an hour. Oh, my life is so hard.
At this time, it is currently midnight. You'll all those that are currently remaining will see Vorse Tabrith make his way out of the auction or the display room, with Grayson, who thanks him for his time and his contribution and bids him farewell. Vorse sheepishly making his way out to the front door as reality slowly is quickly setting into what he has just done to his empire, and racking himself on how he's going to squeeze out this money out of the city. So he makes his way out. At this point, it's only a few stragglers remaining behind, including you two. Oho is in the wind as usual. You have no idea where he decided to take up roots, but you know you haven't seen him leave. You haven't seen him come in. So that's that.
I
Galt,
was actually never an Oho person. That was you imagined it.
those in the ether.
He's an hallucination.
Right. Galt would have
He was
said
just like-
a quick goodbye to you all as he's made his way out. Like, you Dove, you beauties. Always a pleasure to take you. Hope you come see me later for business at your leisure. Ego, I'll have the next month's shipment ready for you by next week. Just come see me then. All right.
Waiting on it.
And then with that, you guys are one of the last like 3 or 4 people in the building. Anything else before you guys either make your way out or last ditch attempts to hide?
Ego to Dove, as they're like casually strolling, is like, whatever happened to that economy?
You know, I ask myself that every mission. Yeah, I'm sure he's fine.
I was hoping to see him. I'm sure he cleans up well.
Oh, wait, which one?
There's
big one or the
more than one. There's big
Only
and
one.
small.
There's only one. Yeah, no.
I mean, what economy?
All right, so the two of you make your way out with this little exchange. As time passes, it's about 12:30 at night. The building itself begins to get dark as the stragglers of Morris's crew and Morris himself make their way out of the facility. Lights off, security measures go up, and yeah, you, Oho, find yourself alone as the WA-7 droid retreats into the storage room and docks itself into its station to charge for the night. You make your way out into the gift shop, making a note making a note to stay directly out of the direct line of sight of the cameras itself. Granted, it has some level of observation of you, but with your dark clothing, you manage to obscure your visage as best as you can.
Oh, like the clothing that I bought was deliberately loosened with a lot of fabric so that if I wanted to wrap some of that over my head, I could.
Yeah.
So it's possible.
Yeah.
I would say they probably would have communicated, well, during his time, just like waiting in silence there, he would have probably communicated with Dove through a message, something quite discreet about whether or not Dove learned anything about the security system. So that Dove knows that Oho basically is staying inside.
Okay. We can go ahead and roll that out if you guys want to go ahead and make that exchange of information. Or
Did you say roll it out or like role play it out?
roll it out, or role play it out, or if you just want to
Oh yeah, I
say
mean,
that
I
you
probably
exchange the information.
Pretty
I
straightforward.
mean, if it's just if it's being discreet, I don't know that he would have used he would have spoken.
Okay. Yeah.
If the
So you
option
guys.
of messaging was option, then he would have.
Yeah. So she would have briefed you that you would need either somebody with a proficiency with skills in computers or a security tunneler that will allow you to bypass the security in place to manipulate the footage and either delete it or disable it, or preferably both. Granted, that's only going to give you the access to the security cameras itself. It's not going to give you access to the jewel. So you're going to have to make a choice with that security tunnel. Either use it to disable the footage or get somebody in here to take care of the footage, and you use that gem, tunneler to acquire the gem. You are currently out in the gift shop area at this time. You know that the front desk is where the security controls are for the cameras. You're aware of the side access door over by the Tap Cafe.
Mm-hmm.
You could potentially let somebody in. Granted, again, security is also an issue there.
Yes.
What's our plan?
Would Oho be able to navigate through the blind spots to try and get a sense, or at least get to a point where he can peek and see how many people or how many who may be around actively monitoring the space, whether it's just the person on the front desk or more people?
So it's currently 1 museum operating hours. 30. Currently 1 a.m. So you make your way out and you spot a CLE 004 cleaning droid making its way back towards the back of the museum, where you've seen the other cleaning droids stationed in the back by the trash chute. It's making its way there, probably to dispense of the dust and dirt and trash that has accumulated and charge for the night.
I will also say I just realized because I didn't have to leave anything on the front because I came through the trash chute. I have my scanner goggles.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you didn't have to go through security. You have
Mhm.
all your shit. You have all your shit. All right.
Yep.
You also spot a T3 series utility droid leaving the cleaning and equipment room and follows the path of the security droids. And spends approximately 10 minutes in each. It is currently occupying their security path control route. They leave that. They leave the exhibition room and go into the Holopix gallery. The T3 droid remains there, while the security droids continue to make their routes. In about 10 minutes, it will progress to the next room. The security droids themselves. Continuing through the path, you will hear the voice of Bernaxis as he's currently talking with the security officer at the front desk that is watching the cameras. And then you'll hear the other two guards that are posted up at the auction room as well. And you can pick them up on your scanner goggles as well. So 2 and 2, 2 at the front, 2 at the back, as well as the security patrol of droids of 4 that are making the routes.
Of these 4 guards that are there, are some of these from Grayson?
The 4 humans are Grayson's men.
These are the ones that there's going to be a patrol change?
Right.
Okay.
And being that it is Burn Axis, you know that if there is to be a guard change, the next person to come will be Gantel Dro.
Cool. I'm going to say that Oho is going to relay this information to Dove.
Okay.
As he's going to communicate. There are 4 guards currently inside. Some patrolling droids and cleaning droids. I don't know exactly when, but I know that there is going to be a guard change soon. Whatever you guys are going to do to get the credits from the bank, you better prepare. I don't know how much of a window I'm going to have once I start moving.
Actually, retract that. I don't think there's a...
Unsend.
1 second.
Unsent message.
6 guards in the
JK,
museum.
April Fool's Dove.
6 guards in the museum, 1 squad leader, and the other 5 are minions.
Also, before last session, did you guys decide what the split of teams was going to be?
We did not.
Yeah, so that's why I thought I would just.
You would have had to discuss that prior to the departing at the apartment after meeting with Dr. Full. That would have been
to be clear, the collecting of the credits from the bank, is that more of a thing that it's not more of like stealing the credits like digital like tech stuff, so of like transferring the credits to something else, correct? Because if that's the case,
you hired a slicer, Naboka, to facilitate.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Because that's my brain has been thinking, do we need Dove on that mission?
Yeah.
And then I'm here thinking we got a guy for that exact reason, because it was a very specific security system that the bank had, and that's what me and Ego went to sort out.
Yeah.
Very sophisticated system.
You hired Naboka to take on the banking portion of the heist. You still needed somebody to handle security that's present at the museum itself. So you needed several people with skills in computers in order to pull this off. So it would make sense that Dove was also part of the high step museum. While that was going on. So there are 5 guards in total. The guards on patrol follow one room behind the security droid. So there are also 2 security droids on watch as well. And they hear it move into the new area. They follow and keep watch on the area it was left. So you can see the 2 security droids making their way through the facility, and behind them, remaining in the room that they previously occupied, is the 2 human droid security. So somebody's watching at least 2 rooms at all times. That being said, they are currently That being said, there are 2 human guards in the Holopix gallery, and then there's 2 security droids in the exhibition room Reflections on Zip. They're about to make their way out into the exhibition hall and towards the front reception area. But at the moment, that's where they're currently standing. You are currently in the the gift shop underneath the security camera, so you can't be seen by it. And that's your current standing. The Tap Cafe is directly behind the wall that you're standing in front of. So all you have to do is just whip around and follow the wall along to get to the side access door. But again, you have security that you have to deal with, the built-in security system that you have to deal with, as well as the cameras that you have to deal with.
So just for me to get a better sense, because obviously this between like the sessions of people being on and off, so Dove would be then, since we already have someone doing the tech computer stuff on that side with that character that we hired, Dove would be within our team here for the museum itself. I guess we can use Ego as well, or unless Ego has to be keeping track of this person that they asked out while they're.
Well, ideally, yes, I would like to go on that date, but
Stand Priscilla up. Oh no!
Steal your thunder.
No, I would like to go on the date, Priscilla.
That being said, Ego, you're currently getting a call from Priscilla as she had finished her shift, and so you got a choice to make.
So, okay, I'm just. Yeah, go ahead.
Question: when the guests were actually leaving the building, were we being watched to make sure we actually left the building? Or would have there been an opportunity to, like, go to the bathroom?
Oh.
Just to freshen up after that event, you know?
Right. I'll allow retroactive deception and stealth check in order to remain to remain in the building and be forgotten that you're still in the building.
Perception and stealth, or perception or stealth?
Deception and stealth.
Deception and stealth.
It's going to be against. Let's see. Deception is first. Who's going to be? Who are you going to approach for that? To remain in the building, Neelith or Burr?
I would do Neelith because I had already put myself in proximity to him by nature of being beside Ego, who was asking Priscilla out. At that time, I could have used that opportunity to be like, "Hey, sorry to ask, but where's the closest restaurant, by the way?"
Let's see, Neelith, you. get a. Yeah.
I can burn a light side token. Can I burn a light side token? Is anyone going to use that?
Yeah.
I mean, Tarzan got plenty for him to use against us.
So
we're in the thick of it, so it's fine. I don't think it matters at this point. So use it if you want.
If you would like to retroactively use a light side token to upgrade one of those die to a proficiency, you can do so. Just roll
Can I do
a
that?
proficiency die.
A single proficiency, right?
Yeah, just roll one proficiency die to see if you can succeed over it.
Just straight advantages. There's like no success. It's just advantage.
Yeah.
frustrating.
Unfortunately, Nalith remains stern along with Bernaxus whispering in his ear, like, no guests can stay. Nalith will apologize. I'm sorry, dear, but you'll have to find accommodations elsewhere. We are closing.
Understood.
Sorry. And with that, okay. So you're unfortunately outside the building. You are aware of the outside access door to the east that you could potentially get in through, but again, security measures. So we either have to do a computers check to bypass the security from the outside or inside, or you can use a security tunneler to disable the security on the door without having to make a check.
I guess the question would be, if we use the security device that I just got to bypass that security so you can get in, how confident are you that you can just tackle the security stuff inside?
Was that the security measures there was the one for door? Okay, getting into the door is one thing. Is the security measures inside a different thing? Was that the computer's check?
So yeah, you're gonna need computers. You gotta disable and just delete the camera footage, so you're not pursued later on. And then you also have to disable the security measures that are protecting the crew's gem, because those are separate from everything else.
So basically, there's 3 different big relevant checks currently. The first one, to let you in, you can, if you think you can do it from the outside on your own, we can. Otherwise, I can try to use the thing that I got from the dealer to just succeed on that and open the door so you get in. So that way you don't have to worry about that one, the getting inside.
I will point out, if you do a computer's check to break in from the outside, any threat generated will result in the security inside observing you breaking in.
Then screw that. I'm letting you in.
Okay. I actually rolled before you said that. So that was already 2 successes and 2 advantages, unfortunately.
Okay, so
Before you told me like that, before you break in, I just went ahead and rolled.
all right, before I roll this advantage or the difficulty, do you want to risk it?
Do I want to?
Risk it.
All right.
Am I able to coordinate with Oho in regards to matters of the inside?
How so? What would you like done before we roll this difficulty?
We have comlinks. I would ask him. I would tell him, as I'm considering doing this, about to punch through the security on the outside, would you be able to deal with any distractions or pop up once that alarm is triggered?
So,
Or
to be clear, Tarzan, what you're saying about Dove attempting to unlock it from the outside is the danger is that someone may be looking into the cameras while she's doing it. That's the risk.
Yes, any threat generated will result in the security officer that's watching the cameras taking notice of her breaking in through the side.
There is one person watching the cameras, correct? Of the people
There's
walking
one
around.
person. There's one person. There's 5 people in total. Her access is at the front desk, along with one security officer that's watching the footage. So that's 2 people right there. There's 2 people patrolling, and then there's. I have to read a book.
I think. Okay, I don't know what you think, Dove, but I think considering the fact that there's 2 people close to the cameras,
There's
I
one
don't
person
know if
watching the cameras itself, but
because I could attempt to create a distraction or try to like get the people's attention from the desk to maybe like looks elsewhere, but there's so many other steps that we need to do that I don't know if that would be too early to like already start like making a little noise here and there.
Mm.
So I think that maybe the safest thing would be for me to be the one opening from inside, so there's no
If
threat
we can do
generated.
that and scrap the roll, that's fine. I'm just letting you guys know that I
Yeah.
happened to roll. Told me the rest of it.
You're fine.
I'm gonna.
That's why I'm giving you.
Is this gonna be a next session thing? I'm fading.
Yeah, we're coming to a close at this point.
So yeah,
So yeah, if just so you know, it just happened to be I rolled, but if we're able to just disregard that completely and just
Oh yeah,
go,
I'm giving you
that's
guys the choice to figure out what your guys' plan of action is. So if that's the case, if you want to stick with the security tunnel, then you can open the door without making a computer's check. That security tunnel will be spent. Any other security checks that will take place have to be done by a roll. So, do you use that security tunnel?
yeah, I will say that Oho basically times it while he's inside. He's just like keeping the track of like the droids moving to the rooms, the guards moving through the rooms, the people, everything looking, and he's just like keeping track of the cycle. And he's gonna wait for the moment where the cycle is literally just passing and moving away from the door where Dove would be waiting. And that's
Okay.
when he will make the move to like unlock the door, open it, and just sort of like lead them in.
Yeah. Oho, watching from the corner of the Tap Cafe as the 2 patrols of security passes through the Tap Cafe and back out into the exhibition hall. Slinks over to the access panel on the side of the door. Slots the security tunnel in. You hear the security on the door itself power down. You slap the door slides up immediately, and there stands Dove, waiting patiently off to the side outside of the view of the camera. And as she hears the door open, she swings around and quickly enters the building. What stands before you at this time? A series of challenges that will require the utmost caution and skill, as the rest of this heist has yet to be diced. Tune in next week for the continuation and the initiation of the heist of the Jewel of Yavin. Exciting moments. We'll be joined again by Ego, I believe, next week. Is that correct?
Should be.
Awesome. Hopefully, we'll have the rest of the crew on hand as well, as 2 of them had to deal with either personal issues. Come find us again tomorrow on the Dimensional Dial. And other than that, we are 2B Dice Adventures, and we'll see you next time. Take care.